could mean more retention and stuff. Okay, I think I am on. Let's see. Hopefully the music is not... should be okay. I think especially now that I got the new mic position, that actually sounds good. Alright, let's do it. Oh shit, I gotta pull up chat. Yo, Elnu. Welcome. We are gonna get this guy done. This poster. I don't think we'll finish today, but we should get pretty far. Not too much left. I'm very happy with how like the face and hair and stuff came out, and that's always the hardest part, so. Yo, os. Music will. We are gonna get this done. Might be able to get Kanyo done at least, and then it's just the bones to worry about. The bones are easier because they're, you know, not part of an actual character design, so they have more leeway. We gotta pull up some. I gotta balance my reference images with the chat. My mic is in a better position now because I learned from that podcast that I can actually fit it right under my voice. That I can fit it right under my, you know, tablet, like right beside my tablet, which is a shocking new innovation. Should make everything sound a lot better. Because normally what I have to do is I have to kind of like almost like lean over sometimes to make sure the mic picks it up, but I was pretty happy with that interview, and I'm even happy about the Kaiwa because it's not about the money, it's about sending a message. And I think that shitty Kaiwa sent a message that Kaiwa shouldn't be your concern. Unless it has to be for some reason. For one of the, three reasons I named or whatever. Unless you just don't care, that's fine too. I don't judge. But yeah, that was fun. I was actually expecting... I woke up today, like, kind of dreading it. Because I thought it was going to be boring. I don't dislike Kanji either. I like him a lot, but I'm not trying to say he's boring. I just thought, like, for some reason, maybe it would be really boring. But it was actually really fun. And I had a lot more fun than I was expecting to have. I could have went on and on and on. I had at least another, like, I don't know, 30 hours of yapping in me on that. At least, maybe more. Yo, Fuzzy. I think it's kind of like how art makes people take you more seriously as a white, right? Yeah, Kai was definitely part of the JP guru for sure. Which is why I'm not afraid to break the stereotype. Or not the stereotype. I'm not afraid to smash the preconceived ideas. This is the thing anyway, like when I put out, everyone's gonna forget that I suck at Kaiwa the second I upload my first like scripted Japanese video. You know, where I'm just like speaking scripted Japanese. Everyone's just gonna forget anyway. Everyone's just gonna be like, oh, that's his Japanese speaking ability. Like, people are like that. They're very like 8-bit. You know, people have a very like kind of 8-bit impression of stuff. It's like when I put up my first Japanese YouTube video, which will probably be near the end of the month or early next month. Everyone's just gonna treat it like that's that's it. So that's the other reason I don't really care. Like, I could have cheated, I could have prepared stuff, and I was actually strongly considering doing so, but I was just like, no, that's stupid. If Kanji Eater got like, you know, a million views, then I'd maybe consider having to cheat the ability with notes. Then maybe I would have done it. I don't know if I want to show that to a million people. But, you know, it's just the learning communities. The learning communities need that red pill, so I was down. Howard went full Sono Genso Buchikoros. Yes! Exactly. Full blown Kimijo Toma. As I always am. How's it different from thinking and writing in JP? Isn't it just writing out loud? The main difference, there's a couple crucial differences. First is you have to decide on a voice. Like, for example, if you were to ask me a question and then say, like, how would Kokoa from Gochiusa respond to this? I would start going into character as Kokoa from Gochiusa. So let's just think of something real quick, like... If Coco was he asked me about otaku stuff, right? I can't even remember what the exact question was, but if you were to ask Cocoa about otaku, instantly I would get a few keywords in my head, like she'd probably she'd probably try to throw in the keyword like something equivalent or similar to Kimoi, but she'd try to make it sound like friendly, to not be like she'd try to sneakily detoxify it. So that's where I would start. You know, you that's how you get into character. You start with like keywords and stuff. Like, okay, what, you know, it's always the vocab you start with. Then you kind of try to think about what the intent is. Okay, so what is she gonna do with that? How is she gonna like ease into describing something as what is describing something as Kimoi in a friendly, or in like a sort of like light, more like light, non-toxic way look like? I honestly don't know. I'm not like thinking of something super easily off the top of my head, just because it's like a funny image I've never thought of before. I think I would have to take a minute to figure that one out. Anyway, you can already see how different this is. It's very, very different. So when speaking, you need to practice actual voice things that you decided on for your own personal character. You basically have to make up a character for yourself, and then you have to muscle memory a bunch of shit into that character. I mean, one of the reasons I can yap so much in English is because I did that in English already. And I'd have to do the same thing in Japanese. I'd have to really decide on a character and really hammer in, you know, the muscle memory of just like, here's tons and tons of like our dialogue. Now recite this until it's, you know, muscle memory. Another word that would probably show up is she'd probably say something about dokutoku. You know, like unique. Dokutoku is often kind of a roundabout way of saying, you know, weird. So I'd probably try to get that in there somewhere or something, you know. Anyway, the point is that it's like, writing is a very, you know, writing is art, whereas speaking is improv, instrument playing. Speaking is improvisation. It's like piano improv or something. Very different creature. I have a natural talent for understanding characters, but that's really good. That's like one of the best traits you can have as a writer. Oh, you're right. But in a specific tone, yeah. Essay writing, Will, is basically the exact same thing. You're just choosing a voice. You're just choosing an essay voice. It's not really any different. The main difference with essay is you're choosing a voice that is optimized towards organizing information, but that's really the only difference. So, voices are still voices at the end of the day. You're still like choosing vocabs that you think, you know, do the thing, and you're still like, you know, it's still like a non-linear process. Character, Baba Shakyu. Characters are rip off Index because Index is peak. Index is peak. Show us a good smile. Ketim, a good smile. In terms of, what do you mean, like draw a character smiling? Or do you want me to smile like Wolfie? Oh yeah, Fuzzy. My stance is that I don't really care for which profession I choose. Yeah, just focus on, you know, for sure. Just here's my Wolfian smile. Smile like Wolfie. Yeah, Fuzzy. Just focus on, you know. Just focus on doing your best. Success smile, yeah. That's how I'm gonna be smiling in 2 months from now when I make my big bucks. I'll have the Steam page up soon. As soon as this poster's done, I'm going to put the Steam page up. And we'll start building Steam followers, which is really good.
Did you catch that question about 3D?
No, I think I missed something.
We were just talking about that.
I don't see anything about 3D.
It's not coming up. It's either car oil or like car leaf.
Oh, weird. Why is it not showing up on mine? Why does it only show up there?
That's weird.
3D, Carl, I'm not sure why. For some reason on my computer it hid your message. I don't know why. But as far as your question, my opinion on 3D anime and 3D modeling anime characters, I think its only place is in games. I want characters out in 3D. I want 3D out of my anime as far as characters go, with a couple exceptions. I'm not even going to bother explaining what those exceptions are. Full 3D anime is out. That should never happen. 3D in backgrounds is totally fine. But 3D in characters, there's very specific topics where I think there are very specific situations where I think it's okay. For the most part, I think it's very bad. It shouldn't happen. So that's pretty much my thoughts on that. Yeah, worst case scenario, crab fishing. Yeah, exactly. Get some big bucks real quick and then retire back to game dev. Dorohedoro is an interesting case. Oh, yeah, that used some, didn't it? I can't remember exactly what that did. Sometimes it's a necessary evil, you know. Sometimes some productions will use it in certain spots so that they can save more, you know, they can save their good artists for where you'd rather have them, which again is forgivable. I mean, TV anime is full of necessary evils. And sometimes use of 3D is a necessary evil to get the quality to show up more in another spot. Certainly a thing, you know. That's always like the tricky part of TV anime is distribution of resources, and 3D can certainly be a solution to the distribution of resource problems in some cases. And I try not to, you know, if I can tell a show was, you know, doing that. A good example is like Yuki Yuna, for example, with far away shots, or shots of characters like suddenly falling, stuff like that. It will often bust out some 3D, and it's hard to notice. In terms of, like, it doesn't stay in your face or overstay its welcome usually. So it's definitely a good use of it. You know, it's saving, you know, it's freeing up the actual 2D artist to, you know, do a part we care more about. So that's valid, but again, it's you know, it's a game of compromise and all that type of stuff. It's not even the issue of how it looks. Like, if it looks good, like, there's definitely cases where it's really fun to watch. Like, the full 3D sections in Edotama, for example, were really fun to watch because it's just really high quality and stuff. The bigger issue is just that it's like, first of all, it's like killing off the point of anime, so to speak. And then second of all, it just comes with a bunch of limitations that are, in most cases, not ideal. That's really like the bigger issue. There are plenty of cases that I like enjoy and like and stuff. I could probably think of several off the top of my head. Just using silhouettes, yeah, that's one trick for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of tricks like that, like when using it as a as like a saver, as like a, you know, like a work saver. There's all sorts of tricks out there that work. There's no avoiding like using it to some extent because you have to use it for certain things. And yeah, in some cases it can just, you know, look pretty good. But it's, you know, it's always like, there's no such thing as using 3D for something that you can't get like a better product out of with, you know, the best of 2D, because, you know, 3D is just an inherently flawed medium. Like, it can't, you know, you can't optimize gesture in it, you can't optimize shapes in it, there's so many things you can't do in it, so.
Yeah, because it's not about looking good or not.
Yeah.
It's literally like I was just talking about this in the server, the magic of anime is that it runs on this logic that is illogical from a 3D perspective. It has its own abstract rules, and the problem with 3D, this is just a simple answer. The problem with 3D is that it fucks up.
Yeah, it's stuck in its own, you know, because at the end of the day, no matter how much you stylize 3D, it's still a simulation of space.
Not the same. Yeah, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, you can't get the same shit out of it. But yeah, there are cases I like for sure. You know, like, obviously, if you like the look of pretty much like any video game made after, you know, like 1994, there's probably a lot of cases of 3D you like, and I definitely fall into that. There's a lot of 3D games I like the look of, stuff like that. Sometimes a lot, sometimes too much.
Nova, did you flop those? I don't really get the idea. I don't know.
That's a bit esoteric for me. I can't tell exactly what you're saying, but sounds like there's an idea behind that. I just can't figure it out.
Yeah, I gave a whole autistic spiel about this the other day. It's not even what was asked. I think Nova asked me, like, what do you think of figures? Instead of just being like, oh, they're dope. I started going off on this subject.
Anyone into game design should study Rainbow Islands. Rainbow Islands. I don't know if I've ever heard of that. Let me take a look.
Is that Imamura's thing?
Is it?
I think that might have been one of his. Yeah, I think he did some art for that. I don't know. I think that's Captain Rainbow.
Oh. Rainbow Islands, the most forgotten sequel, the story of Bubble Bobble 2. Whoa, this was on like everything. Quick rundown on Rainbow Islands. Quick rundown on this. Some of these look really cool. Let's switch to the Deltarune. The normal Deltarune. Think about how easily something can be changed. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably why I can't figure out exactly what you mean. Just watched you on Kanji Eater. Serrano, nice. Surprised about your manga. Yeah. Yeah, Howard versus manga is like a classic. Is like a classic. It's such a complex discussion. Some manga I like. I named a few on the podcast. Like pretty much anything Kirara. Especially Gochusa. I did name Kinnikuman. I did name like Tagashi's manga for sure. There's a lot of like, honestly, it's funny because like something I feel like is underrated in terms of appreciation is when you get really good artists drawing Arrow manga, like especially stuff like for magazines and stuff, you know, like when you get Arrow manga in like LO or something, a lot of those are funny because a lot of them are actually like very nice short stories and stuff, like in terms of like very basic and scoped, but very like often like elegantly told and very funny. And a lot of, I feel like because it's like, you know, it's primarily just like a Coomer thing. I feel like it's kind of like underappreciated how much like manga is some of its like most interesting stuff can sometimes just be like Arrow manga originals. So there's like quite a few of those I've seen that are really you know, like enjoyable from a ironically from a story standpoint. Like there are many that have stayed with me that are just, you know, funny, solid short stories and stuff. As far as like big series, I'm trying to think. That's anything that I'm trying to think of stuff I would totally recommend from a story standpoint. I mean, even there's like manga that I don't like totally respect for its writing, but it is like in that like sort of like good enough zone where I enjoy it. I never finished it, but I've always really liked Gantz. Gantz is actually a pretty solid. There's a solid amount of Gantz influence actually in what I'm making. Just because it has really great handling of like monsters and monster scenarios and stuff. It's very funny. I like the writing style and stuff. So even if aspects of it are, you know, lag behind, you know, actual writers, it's still enjoyable. And Oku is funny, and you know, he makes good manga. Trying to think of other like notable cases. There's always like, I mean, plenty of illustrators will sometimes just like make manga sometimes, and sometimes those will often be pretty like unremarkable but enjoyable. There's a lot of that. Like I can't get this to look right. I'm gonna have to need like a reference for this type of thing. There's like plenty of that. Like I've read some of like the artist Nanoroku, which is really funny. His name is Nanoroku. Imagine he was so close to being Roku Nana. Fucking Roku Nana, man. I don't know. Hopefully most of you guys have no idea what I'm saying. I say Roku Nana, but why that's significant. I don't know how far the brain rot shit has spread, but anyway, yeah, like I've read some of Nanoroku's manga, and it's like totally again, it's not like it's very scoped, it's very simple, you know, but it's enjoyable. You know, it has a charm to it and an enjoyment to it that is unique and you know, even if it's not providing what like a normal writer would provide for you. So there's just stuff like that. I really enjoy one-off like Twitter mangas and stuff when they're funny and stuff, obviously. I think everyone enjoys those. That's why they get lots and lots of views and likes. Yeah, I don't have like a laundry list of like, yo, here's my big stack of manga, my big stack of must-reads or anything. I don't have anything too big like that. I think that about sums up like most of my major thoughts. There's definitely like a few I could think of if I was to really stop and think like, oh, what are all the ones I like? I could definitely grab like a multitude of ones. But I'm not like jumping to recommend too much outside of like Tagashi and like Gochusa, because those are the two that come to mind as like, oh, I would recommend those for the standards of any medium. You know, like Gochusa is peak for any medium, and you know, like Hunter x Hunter is fantastic for any medium. Yu Yu Hakusho's old. It's a little old and crusty, but it would still be, you know, it's still great by the standards of today. So that's one I would always recommend for any, you know, for any medium's standard. It's, I gotta find a higher, oh, here we go. Yeah, so it's like that. Like there's a number of different ones I enjoy and stuff, but there's nothing I'm like rushing to. There's nothing I'm really rushing to recommend other than those. Cyrano. Yeah, oh, base, watch Goaty, yeah. Oh, man, it gets so good. Like, as it goes on. It's so good from the start, but it really, Fujita Kazuhiro, I'm trying to think if that rings a bell, if I remember. If I remember what he's done. I don't know if I have any familiarity with him. I'll know. Oh, okay. He's the Ushio Etora dude, Totora, or whatever it was called. Yeah, Ushio Totora. I'll check him out at some point for sure. Potentially during one of my rare manga reading things. Obviously, there's like times when real writers write manga. Like sometimes with Saru, it's funny because this is like manga's kind of the one area where I really kind of like get the nostalgist view, because the thing about manga is that it was more comfortable in an older era because older eras were simpler. And so, like, the simplicity and the lower expectations kind of, like, fit with the older eras better. Oh, here's one. I really like Rin Okamoto. Again, he's not going to be, kind of similar to what I was saying with, like, Oku. Like, he's not performing at, like, totally the level of a, totally the level you would expect from, like, a normal writer, but absolutely good. Absolutely good stuff. I believe I would assess him as better than Oku for sure. But he's like Brian Hilder, Elfin Lied. I like him a lot for sure. Very good stuff. So he's one I like a lot. And then another is fuck. I'm trying to think. There's other ones. Like I said, if I was to really sit and think about it, they would come to me. But there are times when real writers just like come in and they just make manga, and in those cases I'm always there for it. Like if you take like Muno Nanana, which was written by Loose Boy, he's just like a peak writer. So you can read Muno Nanana and it just reads like a sick VN because a sick VN writer wrote it. I was just talking about Takahiro, the Yuki Yuna guy, Maji Koi guy. He did Akame ga Kill, which is super funny because it's basically like a parody of Shonen Slop. I just started rereading that recently. Really, really good. Just good Takahiro shit. Trying to think of other cases. Oh yeah, I'll know you saw it. Yeah. I actually never finished it, but I did watch a number of episodes and they're absolute fire. I gotta finish it soon. Exactly, Nova. It's quick. It's like a, Yeah, I can't wait to read Sharin and G Senjo. I read a little bit of Sharin and I thought it was freaking awesome. Yeah, absolutely. There is a lot of great stuff out there. Manga makes more sense as a medium in Japan. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Yeah. Manga Allies is Nova. I think they're really cool. I think it's a nice tradition that's like a thing. I think it's nice that manga Allies exist. I know a lot of people complain about them as like, oh, this manga Allies sucks because it's so much worse. A lot of people will like complain and compare it to the actual thing, but that's not the point. The point is to get a visual on the story and to sometimes see things, maybe be able to sample the story in a simpler form, stuff like that. I think the whole manga Alliesing tradition is nice. I think it's really nice. I think I've read a little bit of indexes, and it has even if it's much worse than the anime, other than when the anime gets fucked up, like pacing shit and all that stuff. Even if it feels like it doesn't have like quite that same like tight, directing and stuff. Maybe it does when it goes on. I don't know how good it gets when it really gets going because I only read a little bit at the beginning. It has a charm and an appeal, and it visually depicts things that you might not see in the novel or the anime, and that is cool. I like that. So I'm a big supporter of the novelized tradition. I think that's good. It gives more space for artists. Gives novelists more space to show some form of their work. So I think that's just a good tradition. I think the novelization thing is smart. Speaking of Yuki Yuna, the Washio stuff, the Washio content actually got 2 novelizations. The first one was incredibly unpopular and didn't finish. And in fact, one of the chapters of it is actually only available in the magazine, so I'm actually going to have to get the magazine at some point that it was in. And then when the anime aired, they did a new novelization of it, or comicalization of it. And I never read that one, but I actually like the one that got canceled. It has again, the appeal isn't like, yo, read this shit. You'll totally see how good, you're totally getting Takahiro writing with this shit. That's not the appeal. It's a different appeal. It puts the story in a more abstract form. It almost turns it into something closer to like, it almost gives it properties of like a picture book in a sense. I don't know why I can't get this to feel good. Which I like. I think that's cool. And you can kind of sample, the story through that. Or if you're trying to remember the story, sometimes it's a nice, simpler way to, remember aspects of the story, stuff like that. I think it's a good tradition at any rate. Alright, well, that'll do for now.
Hey, did you catch that one too? Someone's like, bro, how can I do what you're doing or something like that? Did that not show up?
Oh yeah, Junmaeda writing Hibiki no Maho. I gotta read that shit. Did he ever finish it, or? I gotta read that song. Karabo, bro, how can I learn that? Learn what? What are we talking about, Karabo? How can you learn?
Assume he's talking about your art. Probably what he thinks.
It's fuzzy as a certified Kumara. I can confirm Arrow Manga's top notch. L new 67. Velvet Kiss, interesting. Arrow manga by a female author, interesting. I'm trying to think how much Arrow manga. A lot of female illustrators I like will sometimes draw Arrow manga, like Kaori and stuff, and hers are very funny.
There's Pochi.
Yes, yep. Pochi, yep. Oh yeah, Chris, thoughts on the games that 3D models and then convert them into sprites? I'm a fan of that look. I'm a huge fan of that look, Chris. Let me tell you something interesting about that. Did you know that a lot of those sprites, I learned this because, yeah, as Will was saying, I didn't like the result. Actually, you know what? Let's just pull it up. Let's just show it. Let's just show it off. I love that look, and one thing I realized is that, okay, it takes a lot of hand correcting, and it's actually funny because Toby actually tried to do it for Deltarune, and some of it did go in, like Tenna was made that way, but he actually discovered the same thing I had to discover, and he mentioned it on the anniversary stream, which is that a lot of these renders are from the old days are more hand rendered over to fix them than they are the actual raw render, which is freaking hilarious. Because it means they literally like faked, they literally like pretended this was 3D technology when really the reason it looks good is just because of human hands as usual. So it's really, really funny. Shit, where is it? Hold on. I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna find this. Okay, here's I'm super disorganized, so I forgot where it is. Here we go. Okay, so check this shit out. Check it out. Check it out. Where is... There we go. Okay. So, here we go. So, some of this is... Some 3D is going in the game, which is the environments. The environments are going to be pre-rendered 3D, like the SNES. So what you're seeing here is pre-rendered 3D, and this is going in the game. This is for the final game. And I did have to hand correct this a decent bit. It didn't take long, it only took about an hour. But it is worth noting it looked quite sloppy before I hand corrected it. Because that's just what 3D renders are. They look sloppy until you hand correct it. So the actual sprites for the game are going to be these like 2D sprites that look like this. We made them a lot better now. These are the old ones. The new ones look a lot better. But that will be the style of the actual field sprites for the characters. This is my experiment with the 3D. I didn't even bother doing an outfit because when I got this far, or even finishing her hair, when I got this far, I was just like, yeah, this isn't going to do it. It's just too... Like, it will work nicely if I want to put, like, a monster on the field or something, or, like, some kind of, you know, animated contraption or something. But for the characters, I was just like, nah, this is going to clash with the 2D sprites of the depictions of the characters and stuff, so... I was just like, nah, we gotta not do that. It was only like, it wasn't like that big of a time sink. It was probably about 4 days total of time sink. It did involve, the most maybe arguably time consuming part was that I had to make like an SD design sheet like this. This has benefits other than just making a 3D model, though, so it's not like... I don't, like, regret that I had to make this. It was fun to make, and it can be used for reference for other things as well, so... that was fine. It was fun. It was fun to try, but yeah. Yeah, I saw that the art in the Index manga evolves into something like really, really nice. I did see that. I'd like to read it at some point. I like the minimalism, and clarity in Tezuka. Even among his tears, he stayed unique. Yeah, I don't love Tezuka because he's so based in like, in terms of the art, because he's so based in like Western, like Disney. But I do respect it, and I think it was a nice look. He had good design ideas and stuff. Hexen, will I make a Deltarune video when Chapter 5 is released? I will be making a Deltarune video before Chapter 5 is released. Actually, like, at the end of this year, I have a massive, massive Deltarune video planned. It's going to be mind-blowing. You will have your mind blown by it, 100%. So, when 5 comes out, I'll definitely make another one as well. But, there's going to be a multiple hour one that should come out by the end of the year, maybe early next year. But yeah, that's the one I'm really thinking about. We'll worry about Chapter 5 once that comes. Toby said quarter 3 probably. Quarter 3 2026 for Chapter 5, so we got quite some time. Gotta fix this. Kiro, do you take notes while playing videos? Not really. What I like doing is if I like a certain sentence or a screenshot, usually what I'll do is I'll just throw it in my Anki. Like, basically what I'll do is I'll take my vocab deck and I'll just pick a word in it. Like, it can be a word I already know, it doesn't matter. I'll just pick a word in the sentence, and I'll paste the screenshot of the VN that has, like, the screenshot I want to, you know, think about, ponder max and stuff. You know, get more reads of or whatever, and that way it will remind me it exists when that Anki card pops back up, and I find that works really, really well. because it over time you kind of just like keep seeing certain screenshots that have sentences you like a lot, and they help you think about the story, and they help you think about the pros and stuff. And then the other thing, obviously, I really like doing is ripping all the voice lines of certain characters and stuff and letting all the voice lines play back. And that is, I find, is a really good way to review a VN as well. Like you can kind of almost get like a simplified experience of the story again through hearing all the characters' lines and stuff, which I find is really great for analysis and stuff. So that's a really good trick. Ian, like how much motor stuff. Oh, I think I see what you're trying to say. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking. Yeah, Toby does not have much art ability to speak of. He's mostly can't draw. He's a really good doodler, and at this point he's used to directing artists. But he doesn't have much in the way of actual ability himself. He's a good doodler, to put it simply. Yeah, chibi SD characters are very nice for sure. I really respect the dedication to the aesthetic. Thank you. Sorry. That's funny. I believe in games that do that more, the model do that now. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think, Chris, a lot of people have gotten, like, better at the 3D stuff, plus, like, the fact that it can be, like, in higher resolution and stuff, does it and stuff, yeah. I like the Doll Max aesthetic, yeah, I love it, too. I actually really like the result. Like, Chris, like, I like what came out, I just didn't like it, like, for the game, basically. Rance and Euphoria also female-ized. Yeah, Rance had Tori, who eventually left. She was the main mind behind Kichikuo, which is like the one Rance I plan on really playing because it was really influential in the 90s and stuff. Also, of the ones I've played, it was definitely the most interesting. Euphoria was a female artist, but the writer was a dude. So it was a dude telling a girl to draw a bunch of poop. Like, as in literal poop. I gotta finish Euphoria. I was really enjoying it. It's basically what if, like, Shizuku was, like, actually really developed instead of, like, totally undercooked. I was very much enjoying it. I just don't have too much time for Vinnies at the moment, sadly, so... let's see, I gotta switch here. Gotta say that, Jimmy, you're a hill. Oh, yeah. Oh, the plasma. Oh, interesting, yeah, because June has been, like, really going back to, like, old stuff for Hebban a lot, I noticed. He's been really, like, pulling out, like, old stuff he did and stuff to, like, do like war tie-ins. Yeah, that sounds sick, Chris. I'm really excited to give that a read. I'll try to remember to give it a read. I have been making some time for Hebban at least. I recently got back into it. I'm on chapter 4, part 2 right now. Chapter 4, part 2. So I still have a bit of a ways to go before I catch up with the main story. Continues to just be, like, absolutely mind-bogglingly good. I read some of the events when I get time as well. The event stories, which aren't always him, some of them are not him. But yeah, he's just, oh my god, it's just insane. When I read it, I get really excited to make shit just because, he's such a huge influence, and it's always really nice to read his stuff again and be reminded of, like, just how you know, just how powerful writing can be and shit, but it's very discouraging. It's very discouraging to play Hebon because it's so good that it has that feeling of like how, you know, it makes what you're doing feel almost trivial in comparison, because it's just, you know, I don't get that with anyone else, but with him that's like how I feel basically. Because like even his older works don't make me feel like that. It's specifically Hebon because he's just taken things to even a new level. I really like how 60s and 70s anime look. Yeah, me too, me too. Yaderman, Ogon Bat, Kitaro, Sayuki. I don't think I've seen any of those, sorry, but I would like to check them out at some point for sure. I've only seen like the bare basics, like, you know, Casher and Yamato, Joe. I didn't even see all of Joe. But I really do like the 70s look. I think it has a lot of charm. I really like when elements of 70s art is sort of put in the modern context a little bit. I think that can be really, really cool. But yeah, I like it a lot too. I really like I actually prefer, this is unpopular opinion, but I actually prefer the look of 70s anime to 80s anime. I know that's an unpopular opinion. The 80s is actually my least favorite period of otaku media outside video games, but I do appreciate and like the 80s though, but I do actually like the look of the 70s more. I know that's a very unpopular opinion, but
yeah, because it's retarded.
Yeah, look, I'm aware that it's a dumb opinion, but it's just how that's just my personal values. But yeah. Yes, it's very choppy, very cartoonish. I like it a lot. I like, you know what I really love is gag styles from the 70s and stuff and the early 80s and stuff. Like, you know, stuff like, you know, like the Game & Watch games and stuff, that gag style, early Kinnikuman, I really love that shit. I like that shit a lot. Yes, yes, Chris. Oh my god, I was howling at some moments that I'm just like, this is his autobiography. Hebon is such a like work like about creation. It's so funny. It's so, I just yeah, I don't know what to say. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I was just howling at certain parts. Like that's just him being like, there are times where Hebon just feels like he's writing his autobiography. It's so funny. Did you catch up with all the story, Chris? You're not the superior Scott, you preferred Blue Archive. I'm sorry. I will tell who the frick is Prime Minister now? I don't even remember, but I will tell him to increase the reparations paid to Korea for the heinous war crimes as an apology. No, I will play Blue Archive at some point just because Skaji did wreck it and stuff, but I'm sure it'll, you know, if Skaji wrecked it, it can't be bad, I'm sure, but I'm not holding my breath or anything, but Skaji's a little insane. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, he's a little bit insane. He admitted he has holes in his brain, so. Like, literal physical holes. Yeah, I did hear the story is pretty solid, so I'm looking forward to it. But did the writer leave or something? Did the writer frickin' leave? Because that's kind of messed up if he did. Yeah, it's pretty much a VN, exactly. Sorry, doesn't like the 80s here. Yeah, I did see that, Nova. Yeah, the designs are cute, that's all I know, exactly. Oh, you saw Buaka Itasha. Holy shit, that's funny as hell. Was it like... You know, was it like... stuff you're not supposed to show in public, or was it just, you know, fully clothed characters? Can't get these fingers to look quite right. Not sure. Hands have been a bit of an issue. This is too much. This needs to be streamlined a little bit. I think like that should do it. Yeah, that looks a lot better. It was super wholesome. That's good. That's good. Kozeki Wee. I wonder if I would recognize her if I saw her. Yeah, no, but it's like Arrow say so. That's too bad. I can't stand the Akira comic Saru. I read it and I thought it was like the worst thing ever. It felt like it was written by an AI. Like nothing happens in it. It's just like B movie tropes over and over and over. The art was obviously Otomo's extremely good at drawing, so I can't take that away from him. But I thought the story was absolute poop. I thought the first volume was like, had something for sure. But the other 5 were just like so nothing. Do you like Kinnikuman, Saru? I love Kinnikuman. I plan on catching up with reading all of Kinnikuman in the near future, but I absolutely love it. It's so like uncharacteristically well written for its genre and stuff, and being running and jump. Zero Trigger and One Punch Man single-handedly preventing me saying that Ion like mine or something. Type that again, sir. I can't tell what you're trying to say. I saw that, Will. What was that? Sakana, something about? Oh, Ion is I don't. Sakana got Bangohan dished. Nice. Fish's Peak. Saru. I don't really like either of those, Saru, other than I really don't care much for One Punch Man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, shonen heads. I really don't like One Punch Man. I watched all of the first season just because of like the insane animation bits that would pop up. I did not enjoy it at all. I did not think it was good, well written. Trigger. I usually don't bother with Trigger stuff either unless they bring in like a serious writer. Like obviously Ino Bataru was really good because it was, adapted from a frickin' light novel. So it had actual, good writing behind it. But the first 7 episodes of Franks went super hard because Blue is a heaping pile of gold. Yeah, I had no desire to watch it. But I don't know how Caro always makes me laugh like so hard. Just something about his word choices. But yeah, Franks was a really interesting case where they brought on, the Steins Gate writer, Hayashi. I can't remember his given name, but Hayashi. He was clearly able to like really cook for the first whole arc and stuff, and that shit was phenomenal. And then you can feel him get like pushed out for just like generic committee writing as it goes on. So it just gets worse and worse and worse as it progresses, and you feel less and less and less of Hayashi's voice in it. So that sucks. Like, if the whole of Franks was as good as those 7 episodes, those first 7 episodes, it would have been one of my absolute favorite shows ever made. But unfortunately, the rest is a heaping pile of gomi. Yes, Naotaka, yes. Yeah, I like him a lot, even though I didn't even finish Chaos Head. I will at some point. And I didn't read Steins Gate yet, but I will at some point. You know what I know him best for? This is going to sound weird, but I actually know him best from Plastic Memories, which is just like a very simple, kind of cliche, basic, Nakige type anime original. But it was, I recognized that it was very solid in its mechanics, and it was enjoyable, so. Yeah, I'll definitely finish Chaos Head for sure, absolutely. Frank equals Temu Evangelion. Oh yeah, sorry, the Trigger has so many amazing artists, like really, really amazing artists. Yo-Yo Shinari will always be one of my absolute favorites. I especially love the way he animates. It's just so good. I don't know what to say other than it's fucking awesome. He has such a distinct motion design and aesthetic, and it's so dramatic and powerful. Just so good. I know I do a little bit of animation, but if I was to really get very serious about animation, he would definitely be like he would be one of my big influences for sure. But I just do simple stuff for the time being, so there's not like, I don't have like room to be like, yo, this dude's like huge influence, other than just like a few specific people for specific things. There's no room for me to implement something like Yoshinari influence in the more simple stuff I'm doing. But one day, I would like to, kind of study up on him a little bit. Yeah, Elnu, I heard that it's easy for that to happen. I definitely heard that. I heard a lot of people say that. But I'll be prepared, I guess. I'll mentally prepare for that. I like stuff that looks unique no matter the country. Sometimes I like uniqueness in aesthetic, sometimes I don't. I would say 1 out of 10 times. No, I mean, I don't know. Everything that's really high level is gonna be really unique, so, like, inherently, I like uniqueness a lot because, if you're like a peak character designer, illustrator type thing, you're gonna have something that's, you know, very standout about you. That's, you know, like you'll never be scrolling Twitter. Let's put it this way. You're never gonna scroll Twitter and just randomly come across some artist that draws and it looks and feels, you know, like Koi's art in Gochu's. Like you're never gonna see that, you know, because it's just too unique. It has too many unique properties. You're not gonna just like find that out in the wild. And that's just a, you know, I just picked that because I'm thinking about Gochu, but there's many illustrators I could say the same thing about. Anyone who's like at that really, you know, high level. What the hell happened here with the layers? I goofed with the layers. Shit. Gonna have to surgically remove this. So yeah, I would say if it's really good, I'm usually there for it. Oh, come on. I think we gotta, let's see. Where's, okay. Oh, come on. What the? How did I not? Okay. Alright, let's grab this piece. Alright. A lot of Western artists who achieve some small level of success stop improving because they think that, yeah, that's really, really common, Will. It's not nearly as bad as it used to be. That was almost an epidemic back when I was first learning how to draw. Not as bad as it used to be, but Eastern Bloc stuff is 40% of my style. Eastern Bloc stuff, yeah. Is that what you were telling me about last time, Saru? Like the Croatian animation? I still gotta learn more about what that is, that Croatian animation. Yes, exactly, Botto. The problem is when you try to be unique, when you get stuck. Be good and tactfully be unique. Big problem with Chaos is all the characters suck. I like some of the other ones, but Takumi definitely, like, you know, he definitely has more appeal. Ham, about to watch the interview. Nice. Reading the commentary on phone for it alone had me laughing. Yeah, it did go on quite a bit. I could have kept going for sure, but yeah, Plastic's opening does bang for sure. Oh, that got you into anime, Cyrano. That's crazy. That's crazy to hear. It's a different flavor of bad for the last. It's not. I'm laughing. Been sitting on a secret illustration for a while now. I'm hype. Yeah, I have Caro. I really don't like it. Like, some of those guys are good for sure. Some of those guys are really good. But I really do not like it. I don't see the point. I don't see what they're trying to do. A lot of the time, it just feels like a weird, like, I kind of wish I could just do Japanese animation, but we don't know how, so we're just going to do this. We're going to be weird just for the sake of standing out, stuff like that. Not a huge, was never a huge fan. I can respect I can respect when, you know, someone has skill, though, of course, but definitely not a huge fan. Alright, I can't get the shape to my liking. This just doesn't work. Gotta do something here. I knew this was gonna be fucked up, because it was, like, looking fucked up to begin with. Nah. Alright, we're gonna figure this out. We might be here for a hot minute. I might need to pull up reference, too. See, that's the problem. Sometimes when you ink, it reveals issues that weren't really there when it was rougher. And then you have to fiddle. It's really freaking annoying. South Americans have done a better job of catching up to Nippon than France. Yeah, that might be true. I do know that I have seen some that certainly seemed closer, for sure. Fuzzy drawn castle fan art based as fuck Fuzzy. Wakfu, yeah, I hear people talk about that sometimes. Yeah, Wakfu. I have no idea what it is, but I've heard other people mention it. Yeah, I guess Karo, there's not really, like, it's a lot of the time with artists outside Japan, it's more of like other countries don't really like want to admit this, I guess, but most of the like art scenes, art cultures outside Japan are like a handful of elites propping up the thing, and then just like, you know, if they're doing animation or something, then just like having kind of like Koreans or something, you know, fill in the rest or whatever. And a lot of the time people don't really realize that, but like a lot of countries don't really have as much of like a scene as you might think, or they might like try to suggest. A lot of the time it's Japan in quantity of like, Japan has the highest quantity of elite artists like by far, because, you know, they've nurtured those industries, you know, much more than other countries have. So there's definitely like a bit of like a you know, there's definitely a bit of a paper tiger thing going. Like, I'm not even sure how much I buy that there's that much of a French scene. Like, if you were to actually look at the number of elite artists they have, it would probably be not like a huge number, is my guess. I could be wrong. Someone may prove me wrong, but I would imagine it's like a much smaller number than Japan, and they're just trying to kind of give the impression that this is like the French scene, when in reality it's more just like the handful of French guys who happen to be elite scene. The one thing I can say that like that was the American Illustrator scene for a while was like that. It was literally like a handful of names that you could learn in like 2 seconds, and that like was the West Illustrator scene. It was literally just like a small handful of names, like you know, like Mark Brunet and stuff like that. Like, there really was like not much of like an Illustrator scene. It was a lot of people who wanted to be in it but didn't make the cut, which could give the illusion that there's more than there really was. But as far as actual like elite people in the industry, very small number. Very, very, very small number. So a lot of people don't realize that Japan just like in sheer quantity has so much more than other countries. Well, oh, I just randomly remembered. I think Doctor said earlier that Toby's pixel art makes him feel better. Toby makes me have less imposter syndrome in my art. Speaking of which, I posted another monster design sprite. I like yours. I like your art a lot more than Toby's, Doctor. I don't know if you're here right now, but I'm gonna show what you did because I love showing I love showing Doctor's monsters. They I'm a big you know, as you know, I'm a big like monster tard, whatever you want to call it. I love showing. I don't know if you're here, Doctor, but I'm showing off your guy. Aeronodon. I probably didn't say that the way you intended it, but no, I think this guy is. I think he's got aura. I like him, Doctor. I think it's a lot better than. I think it's a lot better than Toby's art. I mean, honestly, it looks good. I mean, it looks good. Keep it going though. Yeah, exactly, Caro. It's really funny, Caro, because speaking of Toby, like Temmie, like pretty much all the really like remarkable artists we have in the West, like a lot of them came from Newgrounds. Like the ones that got really good. Like Newgrounds was the sort of impetus the West, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not impetus, like maybe impetus, I don't know. Catalyst. Newgrounds was sort of like the first catalyst in like ages to inspire like a bigger skill economy of artists. If you grab Richard Williams, the animator survival kit book that was written in like 2001 or something. In that book, he basically laments how there's essentially like a skill apocalypse in the West of artists, and it's really messed up. Like what he's describing, how the skill economy just dried up and just like vanished. It's like actually insane. It's like frightening. But yeah, that's like a real thing that can happen.
Yeah, it can happen overnight.
It could just happen overnight. Yeah.
That's what I'm always thinking about that.
Yeah, always thinking about that shit. Yeah.
So you can't let low standards be.
Yes.
You know, romp around.
Yes. That's why standards are huge. But yeah, Newgrounds definitely was a you know, definitely was a factor in, you know, there's many people who wouldn't have, you know, become really good without it and stuff. So it's definitely remarkable for that.
It's actually weird. I don't know. Weird, because Homestuck was not related to Newgrounds 2 directly, but
it was because a lot of people who went to participated on it was definitely an associated act.
It's because you reminded me of it, and I found it so weird that.
And that's why Toby is a loosely associated act with Newgrounds, yeah. Because Temmie does originate from Newgrounds, I believe.
Right, yeah. It's so weird that there was like, for a moment, like, oh, this, you know, you have this momentary.
Yeah, like theme, yeah.
And then it's just like we don't have that.
Yeah, exactly. Now we just have like social media culture, which is like kind of has some properties but not others of it. Yeah, it's quite weird.
I just feel like the West is in like a utterly creative apocalypse right now. Like
yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's like Toby is it. It's like he's literally it.
I mean, as far as like putting together,
I don't know what's out there, but I mean, like
as far as putting together a comprehensive product, yeah, I'm not paying attention to anything other than him, for sure. So we'll have to see. We'll see what the future holds.
And yeah, I'm sorry if this is toxic, but it's just like, if, you know, the existing Western animation and illustration styles, the stragglers, it's just they're
yeah, I obviously, I of all people am not gonna defend. I'm just not interested in. I'm just not interested in any of the Western styles.
It's just not gonna last. It's always.
Yeah, I don't see any of it lasting. Too much of the world is American oriented. Very true. Bado, watching you line art, and I realized I don't have the patience to draw good line art anymore. I'm kind of rushing. I feel like that happens, Bado. Like I had a period where I couldn't deal for a bit with it. And I kind of got that out of my system. And now I'm all about it again. And I got some lessons from my brother. And they helped an ass ton. And he's going to give me more lessons, but the problem is I don't really have time at the moment to really do any, like, much practice or anything. Like, that's going to have to wait till after the project's done. But yeah, I'm like, I'm back on the line art wagon, and it feels good. Feels better than it's ever felt. But it's hard. It's freaking hard. And it is not easy. And there's just so much to learn. I mean, there is so many little ins and outs to learn, and you need to burn a hole in, you know, you need to burn a hole with your eyes in, like, staring at really great shit and trying to, you know, really see it, and that can just be tiring. When I was I had like a episode when I was doing the when I was like doing the lessons my brother was giving me. I had some episodes where I just like crashed and I just like couldn't stop sleeping because the line work lessons were really hurting my brain. Like there was so much info at once, and my eye was suddenly like really expanding all at once, and yeah, that shit was painful. But you know, it's it's just one of those things. You have to, like, charge up, bite the bullet, and, you know, periodically jam a bunch of fucking info into your head with, and then you can coast a little bit after. You know, I'm happy that I'm not learning anything new for a little bit right now, because I wouldn't be able to handle too much new info at the moment. I got too much other stuff to worry about, but I'm looking forward to what will be like. I plan on doing a little art training arc after you know, after the project's done, after Castle's done and stuff. I plan on streaming a little bit of a art training arc for a few months. I'm just gonna get on and do lots of drills and stuff, do lots of different... There will be some illustration making in the process for sure, but it's gonna be a lot of drills. Just really trying to drill info into my head and stuff. Should be fun. Rakia is God's elixir. Alcohol. Wasn't France an early adopter of Western country airing anime? I think you're right, Chris. I think you're right. Yugoslavia won an Oscar for animation once. Holy shit. Rakia destroyed Mickey Mouse. Let's fucking go. I know Matsumoto's stuff was popular here, but I can't recall how long it took to get there off the top of my head. Yeah, that's a good question. Or there, rather. Yo, Metal Wolf. Will, does Toby consider himself an artist? There's a really weird thing with that, Will, where I feel like his advisors told him to start treating himself like an artist, because the West has been really pushing this kind of like toxic positivity thing lately. Like, they've been really trying to throw away standards. So it's like, if you draw at all, you're an artist. I don't even consider myself like an artist. So, you know, Toby definitely shouldn't be, but like, I think he just like is. And it's dumb as hell. And I feel like they told him to do that, because I don't think he used to do that. He did when he was really young. When he was really young, he thought at the time of the Halloween hack, he kind of considered himself an artist. But then he sort of, you know, accepted with time he's not one. He's just a doodler. But yeah, I feel like, because like on the stream, on the anniversary stream, he was saying some kind of weird stuff that like kind of sounded like he's trying to call himself an artist again. But I'm not sure. So, it's kind of a weird one. Yeah, JB calls his games art. Just the funniest shit ever. I fucking love JB and his absolute Cole games. What do you think about the whole Lundum Dare thing? Remember Newgrounds being flooded with that? Oh yeah, I've never participated in one, Will, but I kind of wanted to for a while, just to like get the experience once. Like, maybe after Castle Chapter 1 is all done and stuff, maybe we should just like do one, just for fun. We wouldn't put like too much effort into it, but it might be like a funny thing. Yeah. Have you participated in it, Elna? Well, you sound like you have. I would assume you have. I think it might be fun to do one. You know, later. Oh, when you're 13. All right, so not that recently, but can we request inking clinics? Yes, absolutely, music, absolutely. We will be doing that. In fact, I got to get the next How to Rough Up really soon. Smiling Friends was kind of a response to Rick and Morty's Reddit nihilism. What is smiling friends? Zach making smiling friends. I don't think I've heard of that. Oh, Cyrano. Dark Blue. And also Monakashi. Dark Blue and Monakashi. Both of those I really, really love. Dark Blue? Dark Blue is actually a... You know how Toby is really obsessed with Brandish? And if you look at Brandish, there's like Brandish all over like Undertale and shit. That's kind of what Dark Blue is gonna be to Castle. There's one very major thing a lot of people will notice immediately. Anyone who, you know, once even playing like the first chapter of Castle, a lot of people will. Anyone who's played Dark Blue will see a lot of things I'm, you know, kind of pulling from there, but I like it a lot. It's like I said, it's not remarkable or anything, but it's just well written, simple, really hits all the things I like in a story. So definitely one of my favorites. It has one of my favorite scenes of all time in all of fiction in it. I actually was working on a fan art image of it. I just didn't have a chance to finish. I rarely have time to finish my personal for fun illustrations, but I'd really like to finish it in the not distant future. Let me pull it up. Here we go. Oh, Clip Studio's not going to like me opening both files. I think I'm going to have to close the poster for now. So here's Otoha from Dark Blue. It's not done yet. There's going to be where are my layers at? No, not that one. Maybe here. Oh, come on. Where's my layers are a mess. Oh, no, that's the rough. That's the rough. That's Otoha's rough. Oh, maybe I just... Here, let's do this. Let's copy. Let's delete. Let's paste. There we go, yeah. So this is where the one male rival character will go. This is Rhea. That's where Rhea in Castle gets her name. It's actually from a male character from Dark Blue. Anyway, I'll finish this at some point. It needs like a whole ink and stuff. It needs a whole, you know, whatever. But this was actually a very significant, working on that illustration was actually very significant because I learned some like crucial color shit working on that. I made like some major breakthroughs in color when I was working on that, so. CSP is such a piece of shit. Yeah, it's Kuso wears. Thank you, Bada. In 1 to 2 months, I will make some merch, and I will be definitely forced to focus on good line art again. That sounds good, Boto. Yeah, yeah. If anything will force you into good lines, it's merch for no question. Oh yeah, did 6 times when I was 13 to 14. That sounds really fun, Elmer. That sounds like a good way to learn and stuff. Yeah, it's not about the it's not about like, it's just that my files are absolutely like massive by default. The poster file is gigantic, and then the other file I had open was really big. Usually it doesn't care. Most of the time it can open like an ass ton of shit, especially on this computer. It was just being slightly finicky. JB thinks the game's as high as 4R. Yeah, that's why we love JB. He is hilarious. It is fuzzy. It is 30 inches by 23 inches at 350 DPI. So it's pretty nice size. Not like huge, but it's like, I'm trying to think in feet, how many feet that is. It's not the smallest thing. Oh, that's a good question. Let me check. It is 421 megabytes. CSP does not use the GPU, Will. It's like all CPU for some reason. There's like no options to make it use the GPU for some reason. I don't know why. It's a movie, album, and book all in one. Yeah, exactly. Until you remember the part of the 3D awkwardly moving around and clipping into shit and having no sequence to it, no enforced sequence. And I mean, what's funny, to JB's credit, he has a really good talk about how, yes, Krita does win again, Elman. I should probably download it at some point, man. I don't think I have the time lapse on this, actually, Bada-O. Pretty sure I don't. Oh, the Otoha image that I pulled up, that did have a time lapse on, and that's probably why Clip was getting upset at opening it. Yeah, JB does have some good talks about how the video game medium and good storytelling are inherently antagonistic by default, and that you have to figure out how to make them not antagonistic. So, as usual, his talks are great. It's just his games aren't so great. Yeah, I heard his program language is going pretty well, and he said he plans on even putting out like a game engine with it. And like, if that's like good, you know, maybe that's worth switching to for the next project. You know, who knows? I feel like there was a way to use the GPU, but it was either something very recently added or it's very out of the way. Oh, interesting, Nova. Interesting. Yeah, that might be a good thing to look into, because it would definitely make everything smoother. Serrano, I'm definitely gonna check it out tomorrow. Awesome, bro. So Smiling Friends is from some Newgrounds veteran. Interesting. I live in the city that Smiling Friends takes place in. It's just as cooked. Yeah, the Unreal 5 queue. JB is gonna save us from Unreal 5 slop. That would be super funny if JB's that would be super funny if JB's engine like became like widely used and it like shot him into like huge relevancy and stuff. That would be kind of fucking awesome, because I think he's hilarious and I would like him to be in the limelight. I'm working on a Daki Makra and it required at least, what is that, 16,000 by 5,000 for each side. That's crazy. What am I working in right now? Pixels. Let me check how many pixels. Yeah, that's bigger than this. Because this is 10,000 by 8,000 pixels, so it's like similar, but that's huge, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely got to be some kind of contract that Epic has. Yeah, that's just classic video game. Classic video game industry shit. It's just all about the... Everything is so anti-competitive and, you know, always just people pulling strings and, you know, the whole nine. Yeah, Dev uses Unity. A lot, a lot of new guys to the scene. I noticed do choose Unreal, yeah, and a lot of them a lot of them do they do that whack ass like visual scripting thing instead of even coding and stuff, and I am just like, oh my god, when I see that shit I'm just like, bro. And then they complain about how shit's like not working and they don't know why and they have no idea what's going on under the hood, and I am just like, it's just like the greatest fucking raw moment ever. So bad. There's a lot of people I follow that are doing that and stuff. But yeah, yeah, what if Yamsen actually gets finished and it's Kami? Yeah, top 10 anime redemption arcs. Hold on, my mom's calling real quick. Okay, we're back. Pro artists usually would work at a lot higher resolution than required. Yeah, exactly. Especially, it's really funny because, especially like the illustration styles that were really popular in like the O's and stuff, the more, the more calligraphic strokes where they're, sometimes go like a really long distance. I can't do it at all because I've never, it takes like special training that I absolutely don't have. But basically they do these like really, really long strokes and cover like a bunch of, ground from it. And that always works best at like super high res. That approach got less popular over time as more like animator type technique became more common in illustration and stuff. Which is nice because it takes sort of a special talent and it's really physically demanding to do the calligraphic approach and all that stuff. It's very filtering, like it's very what's the word? Like it really gatekeeps.
It's exclusive.
It's very exclusive, exactly. Like you have to be someone able to do that, and sometimes even people who can do it, sometimes they age and they actually kind of like lose the ability to draw that way even sometimes when they get older, just because it's so physically demanding. So that's why it's nice, that's why it's nice to to be able to study more the animator way of drawing. And it just opens different possibilities and stuff. And I love the calligraphic shit, but obviously, yeah, I'm not about to do that. Not about to do it myself. I think this hand feels slightly small. Sometimes there's like little size issues you don't notice until the ink happens. Yeah, that maybe. Yeah, that should be good. Vibe coding a video game, yeah. Uncle Ted moment. Vibe coded an award. Yeah, it's insane, Serrano. Yeah, Scratch predicted the future. Yeah, I think I've seen some Scratch. There's a channel on YouTube called Threat Interactive that breaks down how the UE5 is being abused by Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that was the dude I posted. That's the.
Oh, that's the dude that's always like screaming about industry problems and shit. Yeah, interesting. I might have to give that a look.
Specifically.
Right, specifically through right. I see.
He's been blowing up lately.
Yeah, yep. The preset assets made by Indians and sometimes mass-produced by Chinese as well. Yeah, that crap is terrible. I'm just really, really against the whole like kind of PBR thing also too. I think that's junk. 3D is just The way you get 3D to look good in Wrangle 3D is ironically by fighting the things that make it 3D, like fighting the simulation aspects. So when you have something like PBR that pushes the simulation, it forces it to be just more and more of a simulation. It's just not good, and like you can really see that. Like I was just looking at like the FMV stuff done in like Final Fantasy VIII, you know, like back in the late 90s. And it's so funny because like you can see the 3D was so simple back then, you know, like it couldn't do that much with lighting and stuff. And what they were able to do is they were able to make these like really, really nice controlled shadow shapes and stuff. And so they could make it, even though it was the actual like polygon count was lower, and even though the actual like lighting system was cruder, they could control the shapes, like the shapes of the shadows and stuff and everything, so much more deliberately and stuff. And then you'll find that like as time goes on, as it moves on more and more, it becomes more and more of this messy simulation of real lighting, and you keep losing that control more and more and more. You keep losing that control over the fine shadows and stuff, and like it just becomes less and less and less appealing. You know, and yeah, I hate that. I hate that crap. Does SAOX canonically use PBR? Yeah, you would imagine. Yeah, it's SAOX PBR hell. Yes, reject PBR, return to bake lighting, yes. Why did lighting in games peak at PS2? For me, N64 is the peak, no question. But I do appreciate a good looking PS2 and GameCube era like game. Like I love Mario Sunshine. The Bouncer, I fucking love. Obviously, there was some other great looking shit on PS2, like Colossus looks great. There's a lot of really great. And then on the Cube, the PS2 version looks like shit, but the Cube version of RE4 is phenomenal looking. RE1 remake, RE0, those look awesome as well. Obviously, those just pre-rendered for the backgrounds, but the character models are so sick. Yo, Lawson. Oh, thank you for showing up to the podcast. Yeah, that was fun. It was fun. You got to see me. Got to see my. I'm waiting for the output, the terrible output clip, to spread in the language learning communities. But at this point, I'm wondering if it even will, because I don't know if anyone really cares that much. I've said 100 times I can't output, or I can't do I can do written output, but I can't do spoken output. So it's possible that just no one really cares that much. Like I said, once I make a Japanese YouTube where I'm like, it'll be scripted, but I'll be speaking in Japanese scripted on my Japanese YouTube in the near future. Everyone's gonna forget that I can't do spontaneous Japanese speaking. So yeah, it really is so good, Carol. I love that game so much. I actually like the original one better, but I love the remake as well. I put way too many hours into those back in the day. Yeah, Nier Automata does look great for sure. Really nice. I really love Yoshida's character designs. Akihiko Yoshida. Yeah, he's a beast. He's a beast. Speaking of which, Final Fantasy Tactics recently just dropped a voiced version, which I'm really excited to watch someone else play. I watched a few scenes, it was really hype. That's a game from like childhood for me, so it's kind of surreal to see these scenes like suddenly have voices, and it gives them such like an extra layer of depth. Mikami is probably my all-time favorite director. I really hope he can do stuff in his new studio, unlike in Tango. Yeah, I never hold my breath for video game directors because it's just like... the industry is just such a shit show, and you know, blah blah blah. But yeah, if he can do something cool, that would be cool. We'll see. We'll see what the future holds. I'm so de-invested from the game industry in that aspect. Pixel art was meant to be projected on CRT. True, true. That's actually why Castle actually has a glow effect that in my opinion is a much better solution than a CRT filter like some indies do, because it instead of being a filter, it's an actual like per sprite emission thing, and it's subtle, and I'm doing it just an amount where some people might not even notice it's there sometimes. Certain moments it makes itself very obvious, but other moments it doesn't as much. And in my opinion, it's a good solution to the pixel art looking too stark issue. I think most people will enjoy what I'm doing. In the moderately near future, I'll pay Howard to play more games from ORKASTLE. Yeah, that sounds fucking good, Fuzzy. I'm down. I'm down to play games for money. I am down for that. Crosscode. I saw a little bit of it. It looked like a well-made game. I didn't like the dialogue at all because, you know, indie game dialogue, but it looked like a well-made game for sure. I don't think I would ever play it, but it did look good. I heard people say it was a well-made game. You know, like it's a rare case of an indie that I look at and go, okay, this looks like, you know, this looks and feels enough like something you would expect from like a studio game on like the, you know, Nintendo DS or something, you know, or GBA or something, you know, that type of thing. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Exactly. That's why I don't like that. It's like it's often a very heavy-handed, like, yeah, look, we're totally in the arcade. It's totally CRT. And I just like don't think that looks good at all. Whereas what I'm doing is I'm just trying to smooth things out. I'm also actually putting a subtle gradient, like an undetectable gradient, on certain sprites as well, which also helps with that like kind of light bleed effect a little bit more as well. So I have some tricks up my sleeve. I definitely don't want the game to just have that stark, overly stark look. For sure. Yes, it's a very, very, very American anime. I was not. I'm sure I don't need to say this. You know, everyone knows me. I was not a fan of the art style. I'm sure that was just I'm sure that was a free space on your bingo, though. Yes, I should stream Lisa for sure. We're gonna stream Cave Story for sure. Then we'll probably stream Lisa because I really want to check it out. A lot of it sounds totally like within my sort of like game, like within my It sounds like there's a lot of crossover with my own personal game dev philosophy. Game design philosophy, rather. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. After we pound Toby into dust. Remember seeing a Western dude on Twitter making a PC 98 style game. I don't think I've seen that. Any interest in Off? Yeah, I actually did play it, Will. And I got super intolerably bored. So I had to stop playing it. But I think the game is pretty interesting and cool. I think it has a lot of good things, charming, interesting things about it. So I did spoil the rest of the game for myself. Like, I clicked through like videos and stuff, and I watched a Cringe Tuber's video essay on it as well. And it's cool for sure. I can see, I can see why people liked it. I can see why it popped off. I like the soundtrack a lot too. I've listened to the soundtrack quite a few times. It's kind of like Silent Hill at home. No offense. It's no Silent Hill, but it's good. It's good, and I like the soundtrack. So I listened to the remake soundtrack, and I thought it was kind of cool. I thought it was kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. I was not a fan of the remake soundtrack. Animal Well looks like it has some artistic issues, but I like the way it does lighting and has some good looking scan lines. Let's take a look. I don't think I've even heard of that. Animal Well. Animal Well. Oh, this is the game Donkey produced, right? Donkey famously produced. Was it Donkey that produced this, or who the hell produced this? But yeah, this had a nice look to it. It's that very like. I don't love how it's like that. I don't love that like, oh, at a glance it's obviously an indie game look, but it does have a nice. The lines are the sort of CRT lines are pretty nice looking and stuff. Like, it's a good look. Like, it's quality. It's quality. But I was never a huge fan of that, like, you know what I mean. Like, you look at it and it's obviously an indie game look type aesthetic. Like, the flaunts its palette freedom, flaunts its higher resolution type, like indie pixel, what do people call them? Color blocked pixel arts, whatever. Like Hyper Light Drifter and stuff. I was never a huge fan of those looks, even when they're high quality. That game did look pretty cool. I saw some play of it. I thought it had some creative, some pretty creative, what do you call it? Like design moments. No. Can't figure out what to do this part. Donkey sucks. Yeah, Donkey's cringe. I will ironically laugh at him every here and there. BRB, take it easy, Elna. I will be here when you come back. Yeah, he's very cringe, and I never liked him. I never thought he was funny. Ironically, only just recently I started finding him like, I guess ironically, yes, exactly. Like, it's like one of those like jokes. It's like, how do I put it? Like, I feel like when you get old enough, you just start to go insane, and like stupid ass cringe shit just becomes funny for no reason. And Donkey's like one of those things where like I clicked on one where he did the Mario and Luigi video recently, and I just like couldn't stop laughing. Largely because it was so cringe. You just kind of go, I don't know, yeah, just go like insane. You go insane when you. I think it's from overwork and stress. To be honest. Yeah, Chris, you know what I mean. ASCII soft, yeah. I remember. It's funny because I remember turning on a lot of games, and I remember hearing like the ASCII soft thing, and it's got like the night guys. They kind of look like Don Quixote drawings. Like they kind of have that like on the horse with this.
They're a publisher, right?
Yeah, they were.
Are they a dev or a publisher?
Yeah, I can't remember if they were like a dev or a publisher.
Because I'm getting away you're constantly.
Yeah, they would show up a lot. Yeah.
Or game catalog.
Yeah, I can't remember which games. Like, I literally can't even remember which games their logo even shows up for. I just remember seeing their logo a number of times.
Oh, they are a studio. I'll look them up.
Oh, Tower of Heaven in Plaza Head. Is this a different ASCII soft? Tower of Heaven, I never played.
Yeah, what the hell? I think he's talking about a different one. Yeah.
Oh, it is a different one.
Oh, what the fuck?
Tower of Heaven, I never played, but I really like the soundtrack. Oh, it's Katana Zero, guys. Okay.
Alright. Katana Zero was actually the indie game I wanted to play the most. It looked insanely fun. I'm like,
yeah, it did look fun, yeah.
No, wait. Will, you probably know this. Was it the, wasn't it the Shut Up and Jam Gaiden guy behind that?
Oh, yeah, it was it? Yeah, it was the Shut Up and Jam Gaiden guy. I think.
Yeah, that's what I remember hearing.
Yeah, Scams should translate ORKASTLE. That would be top 10 crossovers. That would be based as fuck.
I just finished the thing I was doing.
Oh, sick.
I have to clean it up.
Alright, badass.
I'm fried, but I'm ready to do more work.
I'm starting to get tired. This is definitely going to be a short stream.
I gotta get on the bike.
Oh, yeah.
Don't get off until...
No, obviously, yeah.
Because I will, yeah. It will feel the loss of human energy.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you need headphones right now, or is it not right now?
It's not, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Will doesn't know who is behind it. Yeah, I think it is the Shut Up and Jam. If you're not aware, Shut Up and Jam Gaiden was like this RPG Maker thing. It was like very millennial humor, millennial kind of soy humor.
Yeah.
That like millennial humor thing where you would take a dumb thing and you would like push a joke too far, and that's what it was. But it was pretty funny. It was like a well-made thing. Not really my cup of tea, but it was well made and funny to an extent.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's obviously like old school soy shit. But I kind of I kind of fucked with it just because it's like I like the you know, because it's like category is like what parasocial type shit. I liked the you know, you have that like simple. I mean, this has nothing to do with what I do, but it's fun to see that like, oh, we take existing assets and you make a ridiculous thing out of a thing that, you know. Well, I'm trying to think what's different about it from like, because it's like an unusual amount of effort put into like a asset edit. Like, I don't know. I'm thinking on the fly here. I don't know what it is. It's got some kind of some kind of magic to it. But yeah, it's fucking stupid. But I thought it was kind of cool.
Yes, yes. Woda describing nostalgia. Yeah, it's
I guess
it's Woda nostalgia core.
yeah, that's part of it.
They worked on a game called Police Team Cosmo, but it got canceled for being too ambitious or something. Yeah, it's crazy how many indie guys are like failing to be able to handle new projects. It's crazy, like the Celesti guys like toppled on their head. I hear these teams like infight something fierce, so that could have something to do with it. Like,
Oh yeah. Well, it's just classics.
Yeah, it's just
Western. Look up Sonic Extreme. Like funniest shit ever. Look up
the making of Sonic Extreme.
yeah, like the one channel, the Obsessive Gamer has a video on it. It's like the funniest shit ever. It's like Sega basically fucked with this. Because the Western Sonic, there's kind of a whole lore behind it. I'm not gonna explain the whole thing, but there was the American dev branch of Sega back in the early '90s, and they went by STI, and they basically commissioned them to make what was supposed to be the first 3D Sonic game. Started out as a 32X thing, became a Saturn thing. That's what's known as the canceled Project Sonic Extreme. And long story short, they were crazy underqualified, you know, in terms of skill set. And but for some reason they never pulled the plug, and they basically the dev team basically got they self-terrorized themselves trying to finish this fucking game that they weren't even close to having the abilities to finish. And you know, and some of them almost died while trying.
Oh my god!
And yeah, and during the whole thing, they were it wasn't just skill issues. It was they were insanely unprofessional.
Yeah, that's always how these things are. It's always turmoil and shit.
Yeah, they would argue. There was weird personal conflicts between them and stuff like that. One of them was an egomaniac. What was it? They got the one Israeli programmer who sold himself as a star programmer, and apparently he was not as good as the female coder they had in-house already. It was just crazy.
Yeah. Oh, Fuzzy knows the story. Yeah.
Oh, Fuzzy would know.
Yeah. Sneaky Matt, Justin, Sneaky Matt. Gams and Moogie on ORKASTLE sell 10 million copies. Yes, exactly. It's going to be the best. The dream team. Sneaky Matt will be the marketer. Gams will be the translator, and Moogie will be the guy who makes sure it's politically correct and safe for mass consumption. Yeah, we were actually just talking about Lisa Cirano. I will definitely play Lisa the Painful on stream at some point. Matt the Geomax?
Bono's headphones?
Yeah.
Rip Bono's headphones.
Rip Bono's headphones. I hate when headphones go. I actually had a pair break, and Caro actually brought me new ones, which was badass.
Yeah, thank you, Caro.
Thank you, Caro, yes. But yeah, this Sonic Extreme shit, it's insane. I didn't actually watch the video, but it sounded extremely funny.
Oh yeah, the point I was making was that like that's Western. You know,
Yeah. These Western things, they tend to.
Tradition of low skill and like lack of professionalism, basically.
Yeah, they're very dysfunctional.
Not all of them. You know,
Right, obviously not all of them.
but
Yeah,
it's more common.
it's very common. It's very common.
Too common.
I heard even like in South America, like South Americans and stuff will say how like they've had some experiences like working with the Americans, and they're always like shocked at how when they work with like Americans, maybe Europeans as well, how like the standards of like group conduct just plummet. So, and I doubt they have even the best standards. So you know it's probably pretty bad. I don't think I want to listen to Spampton's theme. I'm gonna switch to some other music. I had this. I woke up a few days ago in this really wacky brain space. Where I like wanted to listen to Spampton's theme all day. It was like totally fucked up. And so I just listened to it all day. I really don't know what was I don't know what I was on there. Let's put the Saya title screen for now while I think about what I want to listen to. I'm nostalgic for some failed Western projects, like there was an attempt at making a Pokemon adventure anime that went nowhere. Pokemon adventure anime. Quick rundown on that. Oh. So basically, they were going to try to animate a series, is what you're trying to say, and it didn't go well. I believe there's like a lot of failed attempts at organizing animation projects, I would imagine. Oh, that's right. Yes, oh, interesting. That's hilarious. Yeah, that kind of sounds like a. That sounds like something that would probably go very wrong very quickly. It sounds like they were greatly underestimating what would have been required. Was it like a Newgrounds thing? Speaking of Newgrounds, or? Oh, no Newgrounds. Oh, so it's just an independent thing. Interesting. Gonna bounce, get some sleep. My JP time. Spend my time for 100 cheers. Thank you, bro. Thank you for showing up, Serrano. Good luck with everything. JP and everything. Nope. I'm trying to think here how we want to do this. I'll figure that out in a sec. Try that. They had auditions and stuff, but but zero budget. They actually animated a video asking for money, but never had any actual apps. Wow, so they spent their whole thing on a and what, people just didn't see the vision? So it just, the fundraiser failed or something, or? Let's see. Not sure. I actually think this section. Wait, hold on. I gotta pull up some reference for this shit.
I guess maybe I should have fun.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me get that. Yeah, because there's a lot of time when like doing like miscellaneous pieces and stuff, sometimes I'm like just not sure what thicknesses to go for and shit, and that's times like that I have to pull up a reference, because sometimes I'll do something and it will just be the completely wrong thickness and I just didn't take into account what it should have been, and then you basically have to redo it. But I think that should be pretty good. Basically, they hemorrhage volunteers, too many college students got too big. Yeah. It just petered out, yeah. College, anyone in college working on something is apparently always like a death trap, because like even on Undertale, Temmie was in college at the time and she had to leave the project largely toward the end, which is why like in the Hotland stuff like you get a lot less of her, which is really unfortunate, and I think it was one of the reasons why some segments of Hotland just feel a lot worse than other parts. Going through Hagakure or the Gorin show, or is that how you say that? I am familiar with you know, the whole Musashi, you know, Miyamoto Musashi, like philosophy stuff. Like I read a lot of like his like excerpts and shit, and I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah, the Godin no show. Okay, yeah, that's right, because it's old school, so you have to remember that the no is implied. Yeah, it's like, I think it's cool, but I could never see myself actually like reading it. As far as the Hagakure, maybe. I mean, it has a lot of like badass quotes in it and stuff. Obviously, like good like Junie quotes and shit. I don't know if again, I don't know if I see myself like actually reading the actual book, but maybe at some point. It's definitely not like a high priority, but I could see actually going through it. As far as like Japanese like normal books, I definitely, my highest priority, I want to read all of Soseki's stuff in the not too distant future. I would like to read all of Dazai's stuff. Those two for sure. I know because I've read some of them and I was impressed, and I thought it was good stuff. The bit I read of both of them. I'm not sure after that what we'll do, but we'll see. I don't know how much I'll actually ever check out, like, you know, like learn how to read, like, you know, all the, like, you know, the Kobun stuff. I don't know if I'll ever, like, educate myself. I probably should at some point, since it's a part of Japanese compulsory education, and you're kind of like under-educated compared to a native if you don't, you know, if you can't read, if you don't go through some, like, you know, Kotens or whatever. Yes, Natsume Soseki. Kagiri Naku Tome Nichikai Buru. That rings a bell. That rings a bell. Was that a what's his name? Is that a what's his name novel? You know, the homosexual chud. I almost want to remember that was like one of his Mishima. I almost remember that being a Mishima novel. But I could be remembering wrong. Mishima is almost, I feel similar about Mishima that I feel about like John Blow. Like his talks are great, but his actual like creations, not so much. Oh, it's a Murakami. Yes. Oh, the other Murakami. Murakami. Did you just go by Ryu? The other Murakami. I don't know anything about that Murakami, but I guess at some point I will check him out. I'll at least check out that book because that's what his most famous one. That's usually the one I hear when his name comes up. I don't know like exactly like what oh, so it's an error. I can send you my Kobun textbook PDFs if you want. It's the two by Shirane Haruo. Oh, interesting. Yeah, sweet. Hell no. I'm interested. For sure. I'll give that a look, definitely. But yeah, it's like, yeah, because they do learn a lot of things, and it's like, if you don't learn the same stuff, you know, people do, you know, they kind of hold it against you a little bit, for sure. There's definitely going to be some amount of, like, oh, you don't know about that, even though we all learned about that in school. There's definitely going to be a, you know, a degree of that happening. So I'd like to, like to get I'd like to at least get up on the stuff I'm actually interested to begin with anyway. Again, not a priority, but for sure I would like to do it. Not sure how much like line emission I should use for this. Wada Haiwa Neko de Aru required reading. Yeah, for sure. I have read some of it, for sure. I thought it was really good. I thought it was funny. And the writing was really nice. I laughed at the part where he's observing his owner trying to get into art despite being, like, you know, old and shit, and he's just like mad scornful about it. It's really funny. It made me wonder like how many like, you know, sort of older school like wealthy people used to do that once they hit like kind of like a midlife crisis type age. Like they would just get into art in their like 50s. Or just watch She's Sweet Home. I have never seen that, but maybe I should. Oh, holy crap, Elner. They're the only Japanese approach to teaching Kobun books in English. That's insane. And your professor actually helped with it? Going out to a Japanese person thinking they're uneducated, they didn't read To Kill a Mockingbird, yeah. You didn't get up on the 10,000 hours of 20th century slop. Yeah, that's interesting, Elno. Yeah, they're all more linguistic perspective. Yeah, more like, yeah, exactly. It's like for people who study linguistics, not like people who want to, you know, take a more practical like reader approach. Yeah, Ginga Tetsudo for sure. Carol, I will definitely read that at some point, just because that's one of those ones that otaku media references like constantly, and every time it shows up, I'm always like, I should probably read that. I'll at least watch the anime movie. Ja, super Haven. Read Umineko, yo. I didn't. Yeah, I saw your comment where you recommended I did. I'm taking a quick break. I'm taking a quick break from I'm taking a quick intermission from rune theorizing because I was like overdosing on it. But I'll be going back really soon, and I'll check that out for sure. Oh wait, no, I did look up the Marimo stuff. Spoon feed me though. Spoon feed me on the origin of the Marimos, because I don't know if I missed something. Spoon feed me some stuff about that. Oh, Sora no Woto. I have seen a tiny bit of it, and yeah, it was really interesting. I just kind of forgot about it. I didn't stop watching it because I disliked it. I just literally forgot. I will definitely check it out in full at some point. Ray Bradbury. I've read like some of his stuff. I wasn't crazy about it. I didn't dislike it. I was very neutral. Very neutral toward it. The sci-fi writer, the sort of like satirical sci-fi writer I was a little more into was like Kurt Vonnegut, who I think is pretty funny. I think his stuff is like, I feel like it's a little bit I feel like it's I don't want to say brain rotty, but I feel like it's a little bit like the Kurt Vonnegut stuff is a little bit like it's comedy, and it feels like watching like it feels like the book equivalent of watching like an Adult Swim comedy show or something. I literally forgot the plot. I forgot what happens in Fahrenheit. Will, I just remember the main thing I remember in Fahrenheit was it. I remember it having the thing with where basically the TVs presented in it, the sort of like super TVs in it, were basically like people watching AI, people basically watching like AI interactive content. And that always stayed with me because I remember thinking there's no way that's ever going to happen. But then it did happen. So I guess it accurately predicted the future. They predicted AirPods? Holy shit. Yeah, so then nice. Yeah, it does get referenced. Interesting. Slaughterhouse 5, I don't know anything about. I don't even know who wrote that. Oh, interesting, Chris. I've actually never seen Aria either. I've seen a lot of art from it. I appreciate the art, but I don't know anything about it. I've never actually watched it. I had it downloaded and I was like ready to watch it at some point, and then I just forgot. The daughter of a village chief fell in love with a commoner. They ran off into the woods and drowned in the lake together, and their relationship was disapproved, and their souls became Marimos. Interesting. Huh. Oh, that was a Kurt Vonnegut. Okay. Oh, that's probably the one that they teach most in schools, yeah. I'm trying to remember which Vonnegut was the last one I read. It was the one where he draws a bunch of pictures in it. And the whole thing is written like, with like dry humor. The whole thing is like one giant dry humor thing, basically. I don't remember what it was called at all. It's been so long. I haven't read books in English in like a real hot minute. Cuckoo's Nest was the best high school book. Was that what the movie was based on? I saw the movie, but I never read the book. I would imagine the book's a lot better. Ryan says Azrael shippers. Yeah, you might have something there, Redo Mineko. I'll give it some thought. This got all fucked up. I read a fair amount of Vonnegut in high school, and given my taste at the times, that means it probably wasn't great. Yeah, Fuzzy's modern English class is apparently cooked. Apparently they have now downgraded you to reading summaries, which is pretty cooked. Solaris is peak. If you haven't read it, I recommend just reading JP9. Oh, not originally. Oh, interesting. Solaris, who wrote that? Solaris. Name I definitely can't pronounce. Polish people naming their kids be like head on keyboard. Herman Lem. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. I might as well read that in Japanese if, you know, it's not even originally in English anyway. I'll make a note about that. I read a little bit. I did read, like, I was actually just asked about Lolita the other day. I read a little bit of Lolita, and I thought it was fine, but I didn't care that much. And I didn't finish it. I thought it was alright, though. I have read a little bit of Tolstoy. Similar thoughts and feelings. I thought Tolstoy was very degenerate feeling. Like, it felt like a soap opera if it was just better written. It felt like it had like a soap opera slop feeling to it. Like, it wasn't. And yes, I get it's translated, so the quality was reduced from what it actually is. But just because there's a point where you can detect, you know, the limits of how much better the original thing would be, and you know, it's not like, even if the original thing was twice as good, you know, it's still not like something I feel like I need to go out of my way for. I'm glad I read a chunk, you know, to get familiarity with what at least his translated writing looks like and stuff, and what kind of plots he's writing and shit. But yeah, it was definitely not my thing. But yeah, I do have a little bit of experience there. But not much. I really don't have much interest in any literature that was not written in English or Japanese for the most part, unless it's going to be like a genre thing, like a sci-fi thing or something. For the most part, I just can't like really be asked at that point. If it's translated and it's just like not blow you away phenomenal, I'm not gonna bother, you know. It's just like, it's not worth it. It's not worth reading 100 hours of translated Tolstoy. It's just, no offense, but I just don't think he's worth it. When will I read Finnegan's Wake? I don't know. That's a good question, Carol. I don't remember who wrote that either. An even more interesting coincidence, these two folk tales are for the same rural Japanese town known for its Marimo's. Interesting. The Sakuretto has a thing with Marimos. I didn't finish Sakuretto yet. I'm very excited to, though. Maybe I would have a better chance at understanding Sakuretto if I looked more into Marimos. No, that's fine. We'll just leave it like that. It was the English one, Chris. I did consider pulling up the Japanese one, though. I would probably like it better in Japanese just because Japanese auto makes me enjoy stuff more. And I can pretend that if I read it in Japanese, I can pretend that the girls are cute, at least. Because I can pretend it's anime. I can't figure... I think we want to do that. Something. It's probably... I got clowned on for not reading Divine Comedy in Italian. Like, dog, I don't speak pasta. Even the Divine Comedy itself is basically just Dante's extended Tumblr post history. Yeah, it's... I mean, when I was talking about this on the Kanji Eater podcast, like, a lot of those, like, classic, like, book things, like, a lot of those are not, like... It's not like the Divine Comedy is, like, a good book. It's not like that's, like, good literature or anything. It's just, like, foundational. It's just, like, culturally formative. So I think a lot of people get confused into thinking that, like, just because something is famous and remembered, it's gonna, like, actually be good, you know? But it's very specific... It's very specific things that, like, hold up, you know, like I said, you know, like I say all the time, like Shakespeare holds up, you know, Dickens and a lot of those 1800 guys hold up. Something like, you know, Divine Comedy is more of a, you know, it's more of a stepping stone than anything. Horner? Is that Homer or Horner? I assume that's Homer. I remember the Odyssey. The Odyssey is obviously very fun. It's very funny. It kind of just feels like Shonen Slop, but like a little bit better. I think it's like worth reading. Like I think it's worth, you know, being up on. Homer was the Odyssey, right? You know, I think it's worth being up on, especially because a lot of stories, like, you know, like the Odyssey is like an archetype. You know, like, you know, him going through these different trials and whatever, these different, you know, them stopping at these different places and experiencing these different, you know, difficulties and whatever, you know. It's a formula for sure. Like, if you take, like, the Pepamari games, for example, like, you know, that's basically... Mario RPG games are basically retellings of, you know, the Odyssey in some form. But, you know, is it good or impressive, you know, like, from a modern understanding of storytelling? Like, obviously not, you know. It's not like... it's people, it was, early culture just figuring out how to tell stories. So obviously it's not going to be impressive or anything by, today's standard, but I'm trying to remember. The Iliad is, I don't think I have any exposure to the Iliad. The Odyssey was hype and one of the best endings ever. Yeah, the ending is extremely funny. I will say that, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Nova. It's more of just like an idea manual, yeah. Exactly, yeah. Exactly, very, very true. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, culturally relevant does not inherently mean good. Yeah, that's very true, Chris. Yeah, poetry and literature are totally different things. Yeah, that's a good point. I am often quick. I'm a little bit. I'm a tad bit elitist when it comes to poetry, like in the sense of like I slightly look down on poetry for not being the same thing as literature. Like, I kind of see it as a lesser form. As a lesser art form, or whatever you want to call it. I try not to do that. Because I get that I'm not like super, not like super educated. I'm sure there's a lot of things about poetry someone could explain to me that I, didn't understand and blow my mind. But yeah, it's hard to care that much about it, if I'm to be perfectly honest. No, Caro, I haven't read any C.S. Lewis, but I was talking to one guy that was fanatically recommending me C.S. Lewis, so I promised him I would read a little bit of him. I think postmodernism writers need to learn to respect this stuff even if they personally don't like it. That's the appeal of metamodernism. That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of it is the issue with how this stuff is taught. Exactly, Redo Mineko. Like, a lot of times schools don't properly explain, like, why something even is what it is or what its actual value is. Which is just a joke, Like, you shouldn't be making people read Divine Comedy in a lit class. That makes no sense. They should be reading something fundamental. Waka is the cornerstone of Japanese literature. I've never actually read any, but I should. Yeah, I really, really like that about that sort of minimalism and like brevity philosophy of the JP poetry, for sure. That makes a lot of sense to me as something to be interested in. Yeah, that's right, Caro. Yeah, they were originally meant to be sung, which I guess makes sense. I mean, it's really funny how early cultures didn't like to separate music and literature the same like way they eventually got like sort of cleanly separate, which is intuitive because music and literature are extremely tied as arts. Like, from one perspective, the separation between them is like semi-arbitrary. So it makes a lot of sense that early cultures would like kind of treat them as one thing. Which is why, you know, stuff like, you know, depth in plot and all that stuff, you know, would take some time to actually develop culturally. Shakespeare invented plot. Oh, interesting. Music appreciation has little backwards compatibility with poetry. I didn't realize that. Interesting. Mass media just made poetry irrelevant, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Nova. Yeah, stuff like exactly. Stage play is a good example of combining them. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, Caro. That's what's really interesting. Yeah, yeah. Like the novel is a, and it was definitely it was definitely like a it definitely had a strong history with females, female writers like kind of doing mischievous things and stuff. So from that perspective, yeah, it's funny when you think of the modern concept of a novel as like a more recent thing. But it is true. It is definitely a more recent thing. I personally think that it's for the best. I mean, I think that novels are I think novels are a very sacred medium, and that they are, you can't be like, how do I put this? How do I put this without shitting on poetry? If you really, really want to dig into storytelling in a very pure way, I think it makes the most sense to get that clean separation that comes from, you know, the concept of a novel. I think that is an inevitable and intuitive, you know, conclusion to form culturally. But I will try to appreciate the concept of poetry a little bit more. Whoa, what the Poetry is the OG, yeah, you gotta respect it. You do gotta respect it. Poetry is for writers who wish they were artists. Right. Like erotic stuff, Kara. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of women being sort of mischievous. A lot of modern literature, by like modern, I mean, you know, like 1700s, 1800s onward. A lot of that does stem from sort of mischievous female writers. It's basically just a Mesopotamian Taylor Swift song. Holy shit, that's funny. Yo, Hoy. It's gonna be a really short stream because I was already, you know, streaming with Kanji Eater all day. I'm getting pretty tired, but let's see how we're doing. 3 hours, yeah, we could definitely go probably another 30 minutes before I'm gonna crash out. This area is really annoying to ink because I'm not like, this area is taking me quite a bit of trial and error because I'm not like entirely sure what certain things should look like, but I think we will Keep moving along. I noticed with like flowing parts of outfits, a lot of the time it makes sense to lengthen the strokes quite a bit. But then add areas of more dense strokage. 300-pound gas station novel middle-aged women readers are the most traditional readers. Yeah. That's the those are the original littards. It's funny because there's no denying that the borderline between, you know, it's kind of a meme term now, but like high art, there's no question that the borderline between like high art and not high art is, you know, how much someone with some kind of influential voice decided to vouch for the thing as high art enough for it to stick. There's definitely quite a fine line there. History repeats itself, yeah. True that. On the topic of fiction, I had recently thought how a lot of the misconceptions of how people take to it is due to modern popular formats being serialized. Serialization has been common in literature since even the 1800s. I'm not sure culturally, like, what people thought about concepts like retcon and stuff back in the day. That's a good question. Maybe I should look into that. Yeah, because serialization is definitely not like that's not like a super recent development. It is intuitive for certain stories to be serialized. Especially if they were more like kind of arc based. As far as does it keep people stupider when something is serialized? Maybe, yeah, there may be an argument to be had for that. Because when something's like complete, someone can quickly go through it and properly digest it. It creates a less parasocial relationship with the work as well. There's definitely a lot of arguments to be had against serialization. I would say for sure. Yeah, podcasts are modern dialectics, exactly. Yeah, Pinocchio, yep. Interesting. Yeah, if you can find maybe the history of how people, you know, reacted to such a thing, that could be interesting. If you're watching something as it gets serialized, you get more of an emotional... Exactly. It increases the parasocial factor significantly. Quite significantly. For better or worse. Yeah, I don't want that there. Freaking yawning. Yeah, it can certainly create recency bias on it. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Yeah, high art is an outdated paradigm. Yeah. Yeah, it's just we're in a much more kind of chaotic time now. Oh yeah, what was that? Karuhana? Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's the impression I got, Elnu. Yeah, it looked like it had a lot of good art in it, which is often that can, especially. Yeah, no, like especially when something has. It's just such a common phenomenon. Yeah, like it gets. It's very. It's very common where something will like be pretty mid. Maybe get some good art. Get a very, immediate reaction from younger viewers, and maybe even some older ones who are, have less of their lit cap on. And then it sort of, emotionally inflates the reaction to it as a becoming a tale as old as time. Paradigm shift speedrunning. Yeah, exactly, Hoeg. It's like a lot of people just don't understand. At the lowest level of literary understanding, people don't even really understand that stories have a literary side at all, which can lead to, some very low level discussion. And that's definitely quite a few people in the world, possibly even the majority. For all the ills of AI, no way I could have been able to make the cool Beyblade XR Stadium without it. Clip on my channel, I'll check that out later. Ritomi Neka. Do you think there's a meaningful difference between pop culture and culture? I've seen people be insistent on referring to anime and the like as pop culture. I think I use the term pop culture or like pop whatever disparagingly sometimes. Like sometimes I'll say pop lit or pop science, pop sci. I use it that way, and many other people do too, as a way to say this thing is transient. It's a trend, and it's not going to last. And that's what I think people are trying to do if they're to call anime pop culture. Even if they try to pretend it's not disparaging, it basically is. That's what I believe is typically how it goes with that. Yeah, because like pop is essentially saying, not gonna last. Trending, but will go away, basically. And it's quite silly. It's quite silly to say that about otaku media at this point. That's very bad faith. I could see that even. I could see it'd be stupid, but I could see someone even thinking that in like the 80s, maybe semi-genuinely. But at this point, like, obviously that's just so dumb. Are the metaphysics, ethics, and epistemology of the otaku worldview covered in the podcast? I don't think so. I think it's, well, maybe lightly, maybe mildly. I'm trying to think what we covered. It was mostly me talking about I think the main theme of it was just me focused on people who fail with Japanese and the correlation, like why that tends to correlate with like anti-otaku-ness. I think that was like kind of the main thing. I don't know if we actually got that deep into like, raw Oda wisdom stuff, ultimately, I want to say. Oh, good night, Fuzzy. I'm gonna jump off in a sec. I'm yawning quite a bit at this point. And the big problem is, due to the social media landscape, subcultures aren't as much of a thing. Anything is one viral tweet from being the social panopticon. Yeah, that is true. That is true. It's more of like a battleground of like neighboring, interconnected fandoms, I guess you could think of it. Kind of like merging and separating semi-chaotically. Yeah, no, the pop culture is thing I don't like, exactly. What is transient is supposed to be mundane, exactly, and what is permanent is foundational and traditional. Yeah, exactly, no, yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. So, as a result, it creates this almost kind of chaotic situation where a lot of people are confused about what they're even supposed to value, which is probably why I saw someone saying, I think there was a viral tweet where someone was saying like fandoms are the modern day religion, and there's a lot of truth to that, because fandoms are where people figure out what they're supposed to like value in life, which is becoming like a scarcer and scarcer thing to even know. So imagine 90s TV, but it was all one channel. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there is an element of that. What it has over 90s TV is, that you can make a name for yourself on it with enough effort, which is nice. That's we still have that. It's religion slop, yeah. Spiritual depravity, yeah, very true. Yeah, we're in an era where people are unprecedentedly spiritually starved, which is a big difference, I would say, between millennials and the generation after. Millennials were spiritually starved, but they weren't super aware that they were. Whereas the next generation was actually just straight up aware that they were. So, definitely definitely some crazy shit. Dracula VN would go hard. There is some Kino featuring vampires in VNs out there. But like, yeah. Like like something kind of in the vein of some Chuny shit. Some like really like Chuny interpretation of Dracula as a VN could go insanely hard. I could see that. I could see going either direction. I could see that being like Fujo or kind of Moe maxed. I could see that. I could see either direction.
I'd love to do it Fujo one.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe me and Wodo will make some Fujo maxed vampire work at some point to dislodge the cultural plight of the cultural blight of Twilight. Okay, that doesn't look good. Does not look good. I gotta figure out what to do with these strokes. That looks a little better. Disgaea 4. You know, I always wanted to play those. I played a little bit of the original. I really liked it though. I'll have to play the whole series at some point. There's no good Dracula adaptations. Yeah, millennials did have some sense of cultural purpose for sure, Hoei. They were kind of in like a weird, uncanny valley between despair and sense of purpose. Beavis and Butthead Kino Judge knew the future through idiocracy 20 years ago. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense, Nova. Yeah, politicians weaponizing Zoomers. That makes sense. What about Kusari Hime? I read like one loop of it, and I was so confused. And I was like, I'm gonna wait till my Japanese is better, and I have more patience for something this confusing. Not like the language was hard or anything, just like I had no idea what was going on in the content, which is apparently normal. But it's one of those things where it's like, my language wasn't, at the time, this was years back. At the time, my language was still in that, like, takes effort to read, and I was like, nah, I don't have patience for this. I'll come back when my language is better. I thought it was interesting, though. I'm excited to go back to it and properly read it. When like the fucking dog thing came out at the end of the first loop and all that shit or whatever it was, I was just like, I was so confused. Something called Dracula Hakshaku. Is that like a VN? I mean, that's usually what they call him. That's like his name in Japanese. Hussey said the last game he played before getting on the Homestuck train was Disgaea 1. I recall from his Tumblr. Holy shit. Yeah, that does feel Hussey core, for sure. It does feel like something he would play. I totally see that. I've actually been going through, this is an embarrassing confession, but I have actually been going through Homestuck again from the start. I'm probably not going to touch Act 6, but I have actually been, for Deltarune research purposes, I have been going through Homestuck again, very slowly, like here and there when I get some free time, and I just want to like conk out for a minute. Yeah, they put out a pilot, Caro. It was really bad because like Hussey in Homestuck might be super cringe, and degenerate, but the one thing I have to give Hussey is that he was a totally solid writer. Like Hussey was just objectively speaking not a bad writer at all. This Homestuck cartoon they made was very generic and very not well written, meaning Hussey is getting his shit pushed in because he's basically having this cartoon version overwrite whatever like merit he had with this like super generic shitty cartoon. So I hope he's happy. He deserves it for being such a degenerate. Homestuck has racial slurs. Yeah, it has Toby saying the N-word with the hard R. So I guess we have to actually admit it's Kino. Oh, sweet. Thank you, Elna. Thank you very much. No problem with the scans. Maybe I'll jump on the Homestuck train. Yeah. I know, and it's weird, Chris. What I've been using, Chris, is Let's Read. Yeah, they are trying to capture the Has-Been Hotel kids, Caro. That's exactly what they're doing. I've been using Let's Read Homestuck, Chris, because I can't be fucked to actually download the whole unofficial Homestuck collection and stuff. And the Let's Read Homestuck stuff, like, skips, like, unnecessary stuff, which is nice. You know, it's not, like, the true, authentic experience, but in my opinion, it's a lot more, like, if you're busy, it's much better. I've just been replacing, like, times I might watch, like, YouTube Slop or, like, Deltarune Theory vids with, like, Let's Read Homestuck vids, basically. So, like, if I'm eating food or something, I'll throw on, like, a Let's Read Homestuck. And I've been honestly enjoying it. Homestuck has always been a light guilty pleasure since I looked into it after, you know, Toby brought it to my attention. I didn't even know it exists. Somehow I was a millennial on the internet and didn't know what Homestuck it was, even though I was on the internet in its, you know, glory days. I somehow just didn't know it was a thing. Partially because I moved to purely the Japanese internet by 2013. So I only had like a few years to even notice it was a thing. And I wasn't very social on the internet at the time, so that's probably why I missed it altogether. But yeah. Yeah, it is old school now, which is insane. Did you know Hussey was my age? Well, you don't know what my age is, but the point is, he wasn't like a young kid when Homestuck popped off, which makes sense because he had too many skills. Like, he was a solid coder. He was a very solid artist. And again, he was a solid writer. So like, that's not something you can be in your like early 20s and have like all those skills. So it makes sense. But yeah, it's weird because he was like master of, you think of Homestuck as like this young kid thing, but yeah. Yes, it did. Yeah, right. That makes sense, Kara. That's probably why I missed it, because I was totally focused on Japan by that point. Make 10. Yeah, I hear you, Elna. Yeah, I appreciate it again. No, Elna. The Homestuck filler guide. Yeah. The new cartoon is going to have him use the A version instead. I know one podcast called is the Better Penny Arcade Poetry. I kind of remember Penny Arcade, but yeah, in my slop smile, based redo me Neka. I went to the con and saw the DJs. So about 2012, that's when I first heard. Interesting. Oh, classmates that were Homestuck. Interesting. How bad is it to be a JP beginner at 24? It's not bad at all. Well, like, language and age are just not relevant because I was pretty old when I got into it. And like, it just doesn't matter because like, you can use it for cool stuff like really quickly, like, if you're consistent with it, like, you can do so much cool stuff with Japanese in like 2 years, 3 years, whatever. It depends on your pace, but like, it doesn't take long to get to the point where like you can read through a book, decently and stuff. It's like it has fast payoff. It's not like picking up like an instrument or something where it's like this long investment, and like your body just responds to it better because you're young and all that stuff. It's not like that. Especially if you're older, you actually learn language faster, not slower, because you understand your own language better, your native language better, so you can understand the new one better and faster. It's a complete myth that you learn it faster when you're younger. You don't at all. People forget how long it takes natives to get good at their own language. It takes them a long ass time. Yeah, better late than never, exactly. Yeah, the mother connection, exactly. Oh, yeah. I've been working through Mother 3 finally. It's really good, so I'm enjoying it, but it's very heavy. I wasn't expecting it to be so heavy. It's very different than 1 and 2. It reminds me of 1 a lot more than 2 reminds me of 1. I'm not the biggest Mother 2 fan. Like, I like Mother 2 a lot, but I don't like I like Mother 1 so much more than Mother 2. I'm enjoying Mother 3 a lot, but I don't really like Mother 3 that much as like a game. I think the story's really good and stuff, but I don't really like it that much as a game. If the N64 version was made, I can tell that would have been like one of my favorite games ever. Easily. But I just really don't like the GBA version of it at all. Like, I don't like the I just don't like the feel of moving around in those areas. I don't like the art's really nice, but I much prefer the look that they had going on the N64 and stuff. I'm a huge N64 tard, so I'm gonna be extremely biased here, but yeah, I'm really enjoying it and stuff. It's nice to finally, check it out. Yeah, like screens, like there's like a million things I could kind of complain about it, but Do Prism. What is Do Prism? Yes, we are finally on the Mother 3. Yep. Stephen Kaufman is like 70-something learning Arabic right now. Read more. Read more. Seriously, it was partially based on some Polish war period novels. Interesting. Do you ever change the individual brush settings or just use the default for the things you've downloaded? I always mess with my brushes quite a bit, Justin. I have very specific feels I want for them, so I'll usually mess with them quite a bit. All the brushes I use are heavily modified from the way I downloaded them. Once you get used to the look you want, you kind of just know what to do with your brushes more over time. Because a lot of people ask yo, what should I do with my brushes? And a lot of the time there's not a good answer for that, because it's just well, it depends on how you draw. But there are a few universal things. For example, you want to avoid brushes with too much noise in them if you're making lines with them. You want stuff that has a crisp enough contour, and avoid anything that has too much of shit. Fuck. Yeah, you wouldn't draw with this thing because the contour is just too. The contour is too. You see how this contour is too indistinct like that. Usually you want to not draw with any brush that's doing that. Usually you want to draw with a brush that has enough of a finer stroke flow thing to it. You probably know what I mean. That's my one tip. Because I like using this sharp pencil thing for roughing. I can use this thing for inking sometimes under certain circumstances. This pencil is actually weird because it's actually tied to the resolution of the drawing, because it uses the spray effect, which is tied to the resolution. But yeah, that's my one tip. Make lines with a brush that's crisp enough. I've been using brushes like that as a crush. You can. I mean, you can. You can, you can, you can totally make it work. It's just my personal, default advice. Doesn't Woda like to use a rough brush? Yeah, he regrets it sometimes. I think he's Hansei'd on that a bit. Is fun with a pencil, Otaku? No. Every single Loomis book is trash except creative illustration. That's the only one that's good because it's the only one that wasn't written with the intent of scamming housewife hobbyists. The rest are all just like beginner placebo slop, basically. The only good one is creative illustration. Rough brush bros. Do Prism and Threads of Fate. Could Loomis draw otaku art if he wanted to? Yeah, absolutely. He wouldn't know, like there would be a learning curve with certain aspects for sure, but if he was to jump out of the grave today, he would be able to jump on stuff pretty smoothly. He'd have to get up on a few things, but it would be fairly simple. The way he drew was much closer to anime than the way modern Western artists draw.
Yeah.
Yes, even the era right after him, yeah. Oh yeah, Do Prism is sick. Yeah, Do Prism is really cool. I remember this game. I feel like I had a demo on it. I feel like I had a demo disc of this or something. Maybe I'm making shit up. Maybe I'm just remembering watching footage of it or something. But the otaku drawing pipeline is Greek statues. I don't know where Greek statues stand in this, but
yeah, basically like all the most Renaissance and serious shit post-Renaissance.
Yeah.
Shares a ton of technique.
Yeah.
Oda stuff. So.
Yeah. Oda art is basically Renaissance tradition advanced. It's basically if that didn't stop, if they just kept going. Whereas modern Western art is more based in it has more in common with like tuning, like Western tuning, than it has with classical, to put it simply. It's more based. Which artist do you think exemplifies everything wrong with Western art? That is a good question.
Cynics, maybe?
Cynics, yes. Cynics is everything wrong with Western art. Very, very, like pretty much non-existent line work. In fact, he even said he believes line work doesn't exist or something. Very kind of like very heavily based in crude exaggeration. Very render reliant. Stuff like that. Cruder shape systems. Yeah, it is. It is a really gross art style. Sam does art. I used to follow like a lot of those guys. I can't. I'm trying to parse this comment.
I think it's the beat now is in 5 verses.
Wait, what?
If you're reading the pre one,
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be verses, not because it looks like it's some giant Roman numeral thing, but I think it's verses 13. I think is what Read Me Echoes.
Yeah. I'm still
You weren't reading that one?
I'm still confused exactly the idea there. If you're trying to say that verses 13's original shit looked awesome, I totally agree.
Because I think Read Me Echoes. Oh wait, we're talking about something.
Oh, I see, yeah. Would you consider otaku art? Slightly anthropomorphic, with cats. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no denying the cat pill when it comes to conventional anime styles. Like cat traits are definitely part of the design cocktail, no question.
Okay, yeah. So, Will, you're asking like someone who's like what, like closer to a American anime type vibe, that kind of thing. Because there's different ways of being like nowadays it's no longer like oh your shit's this like fucked up render monstrosity.
Yeah.
You don't know what the fuck lines are. Like nowadays there's new demons such as like the Gaijin tune.
Yeah, hybrids and
so,
yeah.
Like what kind of like wrong are you asking about as far as
There's all sorts of flavors of wrong.
Yeah. Cynics would definitely be the like
Yeah, Cynics is the like.
Yeah, earlier.
Yeah, the exactly. Yeah, like that period. He's very much like that. That period of whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, and as far as like wrong in that like you can't clutch out how to do this shit properly. Like, I don't mean this in a bad way. I don't have anything like against Ori Days. I don't dislike Ori Days specifically. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he said something crazy.
Maybe we dislike him.
Maybe we do dislike him. I don't know. I just don't pay attention to him, so I don't know what the hell he's what he's been up to. But Ori Days is a good example of like you're just incapable of clutching it out. Anything sophisticated because you're just not taking.
He's basic. Yeah, it's a really good example of why you need to take your line work stuff really serious. He's a really good example of why we're always saying like take anime sete beyond seriously, because a lot of people who don't take anime sete seriously enough get bottlenecked at certain shape and line things once they progress past a certain point, and they actually will actually kind of spin their tires and not be entirely sure what to do. And what will happen is they'll just start trying like very nebulous things, and then eventually they'll actually just kind of give up on aspects of anime aesthetic altogether because they'll just deem it like, too confusing, too hard, and then they'll just opt for something that is a half Western tune, half like sort of more an anime inspired approach. It's a really common origin story, like villain origin story. I guess you could say for whatever. I did meet sometimes some really, really good. It's not. That's what I say, like, it's not really, like, skill that's the bottleneck here, because it's, like, I met some really good people, like, in terms of general art skill, who, didn't have the patience, to really dig into what all the Japanese specific illustration techniques are, and animator like character design techniques are. And they just, a lot of them go, fuck it, I'm just gonna do Disney techniques or whatever because it's simpler. And now my style is gonna be a anime inspired form of Disney, basically, or Cartoon Network type styles or whatever, just because it's like, that's a thing you can do. It will reward you much faster, much simplerly. So there's a lot of that. And we kind of like need educational resources if we're to prevent more cases of that.
Yeah, no question.
So for the time being, we have to just accept that some people are going to be like, you know, fuck it, I can't figure it out. Some people will, you know, some people will, but
Nova said he didn't even know who Cynics is. I wonder how many people.
yeah, he's probably forgotten these days.
So
Cynics is probably forgotten.
but yeah, Will. Is that what I call it?
The cat is baked even into Nihongo, yeah.
Yeah, as far as like someone that does like photorealism painting type stuff, there's this one guy. As far as Will's question, just
Sneaky cat.
last attempt at this question.
What is the source of that?
What was the name of that one? There was this one dude that could do like he was like a human photo and a photo camera. He went by like CBR or something like.
Yeah, it's
CBT.
it's that really old video of like drawing a dragon time lapse.
Yeah. He has this like T-Rex, like animated painting video that is one of a kind. There's nothing like it. It's basically like human AI, you know. And first of all, like that is what he exemplifies, because like when you're doing that kind of shit, for your job is to basically be like
a human AI basically.
Yeah, like you're first of all you're useless now, you know.
Yeah, your job got replaced by
Not that anyone's ever
AI.
interested in that shit, but it's like now you are cooked because you know AI just literally does.
Yeah, all those people whose style was effectively generic photorealism, yeah, they got cooked by AI. Proco, what even school of thought was Proco trying to do? Was he trying to do like a shitty version of neoclassical or something?
It's like the shitty modern version.
Yeah, it's like this watered down neoclassical.
Yeah, because what it amounts to is like a shitty version of like the Loomis Illustrator.
Yeah, it's like Loomis at home.
Yeah, like Loomis Rockwell, like that kind of crap. It's like you're like a shitty version of that.
ArtStation is the Keyblade graveyard of artists. Yeah, true. Omer Dogan. Seacat. Who is this Omar Dogan? Oh, I see. Very kind of like, very just like, there's some American comic book in this. There's some Disney in this. There's some light anime influence in it. Mostly American comic book. You know, like classic like Disney cartoon type thing. That's basically the tradition of this. Has Chris Chan's art progressed at all? That's a good question. Chris Chan scares the shit out of me. I saw a video of him doing unspeakable things, and ever since he scared the fuck out of me. Like, I don't even find him funny, he just scares me.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like a rare case where I'm like, it's a really rare case where I draw the line.
His nipples are like the size of his fucking head.
Yeah, scary stuff.
I have a massive wheezing issue on nipples.
Yeah, Nova. Mark Brunet is actually he's always been a, like, humble, like, he's always had a good personality, Mark Brunet. He was it Jew? I don't know, Chris. I'm not even sure what that stands for. I'm not sure if I want to know. Mark Brunet has always had a good personality. He was always pretty humble, even though he was always like one of the top dogs of Western illustration. He always was very respectful of Japanese artists before it was cool to be so. So yeah, I always thought that was cool because I used to follow. I've said this 100. Yeah. I've said this 100 times now, but I used to really follow Western artists in like 2014 through like 2016 and whatever because I was curious what they thought about Japanese art, and I wanted to really observe, like, you know, what's up with this cultural barrier and stuff. And so I followed a lot of them with the intent of, like, you know, getting a sense of what's it going to take for anime to eventually be imported into the West. And I would have never imagined the current landscape we have. Basically just total Japanese dominance for the most part. But the point is that Mark was always, yeah, he always had a better attitude. He was always more humble. Again, despite being better than most people in the West. And yeah, he was always interested in and respectful of Japanese art in a way that just like was not the norm at the time. So I always thought that was cool. I remember Psychra back in the day saying that he wishes he could just be Mark Brunet. During one of his, like, mental fits. Psycher's insane. He is an insane person. He is insane.
She could be so much slow.
Yeah. Alright, I think I will stop now because I'm getting kind of cooked, but progress seems good. I think I'm happy. I'm gonna have to see it with the painting on it to know if I'm like totally doing the right thing, but I think I'm doing the right thing with this. It's giving me a pretty good response, so we will finally finish it tomorrow. I should be able to knock out, because all that's left is just like this shit, rest of the belts, and then the legs, and then the bones. The legs might be slightly tricky, but it should be pretty easy, I think. All in all. The bones should just be mostly pretty fun. They shouldn't be too bad. But I think, yeah, I think we should absolutely finish all the lines tomorrow, and then it's just cleaning up the painting. which shouldn't be too. I'm pretty happy with the balance of everything. So I think cleaning up the painting will mostly just be a matter of detailing and cleaning and stuff, and optimizing little things and stuff. Is Calvin and Hobbes otaku? You know, I don't know anything about Calvin and Hobbes, Caro. I never read it. It never really like appealed to me, but it is basically sort of Yonkoma, right? Anything that's Yonkoma is vaguely otaku by default. To be bald and beautiful. You're talking about Mark Brunet. To be bald and beautiful. Mark Brunet does have like these really like he's got these striking like blue eyes, if I remember correctly, with like long eyelashes. I respect Bill Watterson a lot. He made his so that's the Calvin Hobbes guy. Interesting. Alright, well, I will pop off, and I should be on tomorrow. No guarantees, but I should be on tomorrow, I think. Unless tragedy befalls me, like I am sick or extremely exhausted for some reason, in which case I'll just work off stream, but there's a decent chance I'll be on, yes. Thank you for showing up, everyone. It's good to see you all. Thanks everyone who watched the podcast and stuff too. That was fun.